Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the daytraders live trading room for Monday, July the 26th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. And I can already tell you guys can hear me and you can see my screen. So lots happening this morning, guys. And just as I was opening the room, Neuro's popping. I see some kind of a peer-reviewed publication. So Neuro, N-U-R-O, is popping, doing its thing again. 3.77 million in the float. This one got up to almost $40 on Thursday and Wednesday. So again, I just have to wait and see what happens once we really get rolling into the market today. So a lot happening though. Crypto had a big pop, I guess, over the weekend. I guess it almost got back up to 40. But I do notice that Mara. So I had Mara and Riot on my watch list, but I'm noticing they're kind of taking, a mini tumble here. So my guess is that GBTC is doing the same thing. Yeah, so they're doing the same thing. So anyway, crypto definitely in play right now. And again, those China education stocks just getting crushed again. Look at TALEDU. And it's starting to really affect the other China stocks. Look at Tiger, nothing to do with education, but I guess people are worried, can this drift into other sectors, this Chinese clampdown. So anyway, China government clampdown. So there's Tiger sitting right on the 200-day moving, well, a little bit below it, sorry. It's about $1 below the 200-day moving average right now, TIGR. So I did take a little short in the pre-market this morning. It was Time, T-Y-M-E, the little bio. Now it's actually rebounded well, but I got in here just around $1, I think it was $1.73, and covered. You see there's the 200-day moving average, covered just around that area. It did dip down below it and then came right back up. I thought, okay, that's enough. Not bad. I mean, on a percentage basis, it wasn't bad. But this is coming right back up. Did have some news, a patent. Some kind of a patent, U.S. patent. But yeah, the ATIP, that was definitely a nice short. I did not take that one. I saw it here, but I just thought I'd be in chase mode, and it is continuing. Maybe it's going to base around 5. And this is an earnings play, actually an earnings play. Man, NURO, just rippage here, guys. Severe rippage. And also the trade of the week. There is a trade of the week this week, and it is Kroger, KR, and it is considered active around $40, $40.02 to be exact. Again, how you trade it, completely up to you. The only thing is that the stop is the rising 20 SMA. So there's the 20 SMA right here, that blue line. That would be your stop if you follow it. NAOV. Let's see if this is still hanging. Or is it faded? No, it's still hanging in there, guys. NAOV had a big run at the end of the day on Friday. Little continuation after hours. Continuation this morning. And let's see. Companies received oh, that's right, that was that Australian therapeutic goods approval. So that was the fun one late Friday afternoon, actually. NAOV. Already looked at TAL. I've already looked at ATIP. I've already looked at Tiger, another China stock on the way down, BAKE. I'm sure it's going to be hard to find any China stock up. Well, there will be some. I think I saw MOXC was up. Anyway, BEKE down 18%. This is nothing to do with education. So you see this is starting to drift into other sectors. This one is weak. SCKT. This is one I actually traded on, I think it was Thursday they released earnings after hours. And held it Friday, sold out, and it's just weak. I don't know, there's nothing more to say. It's weak, SCKT. It's not China stock. It's not a China stock. So staff. This is one that I actually thought the news would maybe keep this going, but not at all. I think when I first saw this, I thought, I should maybe look at shorting this, and I think there were, you see now there is some short covering now at there's some short covering taking place at Interactive Brokers. I noticed now there are 11,000 shares. When I first saw this, there were some shorts available, but they look like they've had a $19.4 million loan wiped out, forgiven, etc. So it seemed decent news, but market doesn't care. It's a low float. IKT, I'm not sure I've seen this one before. IKT, this is a Parkinson's play. Is it holding? IKT? Nah, that's not holding either. There's another one that was shortable. I didn't take that one, but IKT, something to do with Parkinson's. Gets FDA clearance for early stage Parkinson's testing, I think, or evaluation. Begin evaluation. Okay. And SPRT, yeah, SPRT. This has been a pretty active one over the last week. SPRT, do I see any news on it? No, don't see any news on it. This is, look left on the monthly chart. Next level of not concern, but maybe traction here, 944. So that's a couple of dollars away. That's the next level looking left at the high. That'll be the same on the weekly, I'm sure. Yep. So it's got room. I don't see any specific news on it. Another relatively low float, 17 million in the float. And today is the day, guys, if you're been following the saga of CCIV. So I guess it starts trading as LCID sometime today. Lucid Motors, okay, LCID. I had IMV also had gapped up, but it is now starting to give it up. It's still up 37%. This was another one at the end of the day on Friday. It pulled back a little bit here, but it had a run. Boy, SPRT, man, it is just no news that I can see. Okay, now let's take a look at the upgrades and downgrades this morning from briefing.com. See if there's anything interesting. Well, the analysts have been a little bit more active than I've seen in the last little while. We actually have quite a few upgrades, quite a few downgrades. I'm seeing a lot of these downgrades of all those China education stocks, but we get some of them in here. There are a lot of them. I'm hearing TCOM is on the way down. TCOM. When I'm semi hearing that, this is my text to voice. Just a few more upgrades to go. All right, there are some of the upgrades from briefing.com. Get the downgrades in a second. All right, guys, now I'll get the downgrades in. My guess is that there are a ton of China stocks being downgraded. Well, of course, the education stocks, but drifting into other sectors, yes. Okay, so what do I see? 1, 2, 3, 4 downgrades for TAL. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 downgrades for EDU. All right, guys, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. You see, Ride has come back. I think Ride had a rocky week, or maybe just a rocky day. So Ride is coming back a little bit here. Let's see, 835 to get up to 855. So it's above the high of Friday. 816, barely. And the SPY, let's see, the SPY is going to open a little bit down. If this holds, a little bit down. And just, yeah, boy, a staff just, I am a little bit surprised. Looked at that news, thought, okay, interesting. Debt, $19 million debt or loan has been forgiven, and I thought I saw something else with it. It seemed to be positive, but absolutely, well, initial effect, fantastic, but look at this, just sold right off. All right, let's see what Neuro is doing in URO. See if it's holding that big pop it had. Yeah, so there's a $2 drop. And again, indicative of a $3.7 million float. Traded already 1.8 million shares. Good morning, Dev. So this week in earnings, we got some big ones. Of course, I think we have Facebook and Apple and Google and Amazon and Microsoft. So most of the big names this week. XBio is up. XBio. I looked at it, but I also saw all this choppiness. I mean, big topping tail, bottoming tail. It's kind of directionless. This is what it did on Friday. Got all the way up to 486, sold off down to 250. So, it was a tough one. Actually, LUMN is on I added it to the watch list. So it may trigger today. LUMN wasn't up that much. That's why I didn't really talk too much about it. It's also got these bottoming tails. So it may just drift right down back to that area. Hopefully, if you're long, William, that doesn't affect you. Well, it will affect you, of course, if it just drifts down. But hopefully, it doesn't look good though. I mean, these bottoming tails can be a bit of a clue. Typically, when the market opens and we see bottoming tails, usually it's a good sign in terms of sellers try to knock it down and buyers closed higher. But in the pre-market, I'm just sort of seeing that when you get these bottoming tails, you can easily drift down to that price. But anyway, good luck. EVCM, I didn't see that. Multiple upgrades for EVCM, but let's take a look at the chart. There's the last bit of my coffee in here. EVCM, okay, let's take a look at EVCM, see. I see Barclays and Deutsche Bank and Canaccord, they're actually in Stifel, actually a ton, you're right. Raymond James, Stifel, Canaccord, Deutsche Bank, Barclays, Evercore. And that is EVCM. EVCM. Not very much volume, but it's a low float. Had a nice day on Friday. I guess this was an IPO back here. I don't think it showed up, not one of those upgrades showed up in briefing.com this morning. I don't think anyway. Nope. All right, just looking at some of my thumbnail charts, see if there's anything popping in yet. TCOM was drifting down. Let's see what's happening with it. TCOM. China stock, okay, so another China stock. Woo. That's been on a steady decline. Not sure. I've seen this one before. Was this it looks like an IPO on Friday. REE. Out of Israel, I think. Yeah, I don't think I saw this one on Friday, so it's a little bit above the, where it closed down here at 10. REE, interesting. Again, I don't think I saw this at all on Friday. I don't think it was one of the IPOs that I had listed. Okay, so David, I'm answering you in the YouTube room. Nothing happens with the AI in the pre-market, okay? The earliest alert you'll get will be at 9:35. Doesn't mean you'll get one at 9:35, but that's the earliest that you'll get an alert, okay? You don't command the robot to do anything, okay? You just wait for the alerts to happen, David, okay? If you have our premium service, this is what it looks like. Not these two up here, but what I would do is I would just load Strategy Trades All. If you click from our toolbar, click on New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. This is the window that'll pop up. You just wait for the alerts to happen. There's nothing for you to do. You'll have an entry. You don't have to get in right at the entry. You don't have to do anything. And here's a stop, okay? How you manage the trades will be up to you, but there's nothing for you to do. Yeah, that's risky business right now, William, these China stocks. Just give me a moment, please. Well, Re is really reaping. Look at this. What a move here. We have no float information. You asked if it were a SPAC. Well, I mean, according to the profile, it doesn't appear to be one. Okay, guys, remember ride was up, ride is down. Wow. Ride up, ride down. APT, yeah, I mean, all these virus plays. I didn't see a specific one this morning in terms of like a bio, or I didn't see a specific one this morning. All right, everybody, the market is going to open in about 45 seconds. Let's have a great start to this trading week. Yeah, just got to read the news. I mean, they had a patent, U.S. patent. Just got to read the news. I mean, if you look at the news, it's patent notification for metabolomic technology platform. I mean, so there's your news. All right, we are going to open in 5, 4, 3, 2, and we are now open. And nothing will happen to these two windows until at least 9:45. That is by design. Excuse me, I like to see things settle down a little bit before I hop into trading. So I typically sit the first 15 out. Okay, so what is the market doing? So the market is Dow's down a little, Nas is down a little, SPY's down a little. So let's see if we get anything today. Well, there's time. Time has come right back on. It's an okay short. Excuse me, an okay short for me in the pre-market, but TYME has come right back up. U.S. patent. That's pretty. It's pretty good. I mean, look at this. It basically held the 200-day. I mean, that's when I got into this. I was, of course, very wary of this 200-day moving average, but it actually started to drift down below it. The minute it got right back to it, that's when I covered my short. I thought, okay. And now look at it. Not bad. You're going to have to wait and see. You know, give it some time. No pun intended. TYME. And it is actually, it's not a low float. 113 million in the float. So this is not a low float. Huge relative volume. I mean, this could trade the float today, guys. 34 million with 113 million. I mean, it could trade the float. Must be under 20,000 shares, Steve, I guess. ABOS. I don't have it on my Halts Resumes. Let's see if that is correct. Yes, that's why. All right, so as I said earlier, not every single China stock is down. So this one is up, MOXE, I mean a big down day on Friday, but it is up 14%. I think this is one of those meme stocks, if it still is, I'm not sure anymore. And of course I'm going to be waiting to see what sort of alerts we get from the options volume today. All right, well, we have a little bit of a bounce here for DD. It had another downgrade this morning. Of course, this is the China Uber. Oh, even before what was happening with the education stocks, this was just getting slammed. Trade of the week is Kroger, KR. Let's see if it triggered. Suggested entry, $40.02. So it's it's basically it's right there. Now, if you don't have to take it right now. You don't have to ever take it, but how you trade it will be up to you. But that was a suggested area to take a look at, and so it's a little bit above the suggested entry. Okay, SGRP had a pop. All right, there is your first. Is that a China stock? No. PETS is an earnings play. PETS is an earnings play. It was down, trying to come back up a little bit. Wow, look, oh, somehow it jumped on me, sorry. Into it, there we go, back to pets. This is an earnings play, yeah. All right, that's a pretty nice bounce actually for ATIP off the bottom here. This is another earnings play. Nice bounce. Look at the volume that came in in the first 15 minutes. It's not a low float, not a high float, 60 million. All right, now this is a crypto play, BTBT crypto play. And ATIP just got halted. Actually, ATIP just got halted on the way up. So let's see what BTBT is. This is a very 14 million in the float, so it's a very low float. I've seen this one before, way back here, these months. It can be very, very wild, very, very volatile, but it is a crypto play, BTBT. It's a bit of a slow start, guys. My alerts have kind of dried up. Usually, in the first 15 minutes, I usually get a flurry of alerts, but they have not getting too many. There's that Australian, one from Australia, or received Australian approval, NAOV. Wow, look at the IKT. Why is it doing this? IKT completely gave it up. That would have been a nice short. Completely gave it up. Did not hold the pre-market gains at all. Look at the market though. Nice little move for the market in that first 15-minute candle so far. Of course, we have a little less than 7 minutes for this candle to close. If you have the AI, you've got one that triggered at 9:35. Not too bad so far on a short. All right, wow, just saw SGRP right around here, and it's tacked on another 50 cents or so. So SGRP, see if I can see any news on it. I do not see any news specific to it today. SGRP. Getting close. Another little pop, and there we go. There it is. Yep. Just SGRP just got halted. Well, let's see what's going to open at. Oh my goodness. Okay, now at the beginning. All right. Well, it is still kind of flipping around here. I actually saw a 9.9 briefly, but that I wouldn't say that's impossible. But right now it looks like, well, it's all over the place. I mean, we're halted at 264. Right now I see $3, $3, 3.3. So if you're wondering what I'm talking about, this is This is from Interactive Brokers. Your broker will have something like this. So there's your halt at 264. This is time and sales. So, you know, you'll see this number fluctuate as we get closer and closer to it resuming. But if you're in this one, of course, you want to see a number higher than the halt. Wow, that just got hammered down. IKT just got absolutely hammered down. Look at this. I mean, this is another classic little bio. Looks like, you know, good little news. Something to do with Parkinson's. Popped up to 311, is all the way down here to 220. It's just the way I've color. Okay, just a second. ATIP just opened. Just the way I've color coordinated things. If I haven't looked at my option play magic in a long time, but green, blue, and light blue, that means stocks are up. And if it's yellow, orange, and red, I think the stocks are down. That's all. It's just how I color coordinated it. You know, it's not. If I take a look at it, I haven't looked. Where are you? Options. Yeah, did that not make the cut? Oh, unusual. Oh, unusual options, right? Okay. Yeah, so I guess that I said red, but it's actually, so if it's red and orange and this color, usually it's going to be moving down. That's all. I mean, just look what it says, the strategy. It's just a way it's color coordinated. I mean, you can pick and choose any color you want. Yeah, I'm only talking about this one right here, moving higher with unusually strong options. I broke one of those strategies out, put some tougher filters in place so I don't get very many alerts, and that's what I wait for. It's one of the ones I'm sharing. If you go to my home page, you go to my home page and go to the scan section, and I think it's called unusually strong option volume, something like that. Nothing's triggered yet. And we have another halt, SNPX. This was halted a few times last week, I believe. SNPX. This just got halted on the way down. All right, we're getting close to that first 15 minutes. Mattel, people are buying Barbies. Look at Mattel, guys, MAT. Looks like they have earnings after hours tomorrow, MAT. Boy, this is, so SGRP just opened, what did it open at? So not a huge pop. I mean, it was halted at 265. However, it is starting to move. Don't see any news on it. But look at it go, guys, and my guess, yeah, it's a low float, 8 million in the float. Yeah, somebody mentioned Dis K going a little bit crazy here. I don't see any specific news on it. LCID opened. Where did it open? Okay, where did CCIV? Where did it close? So it looks like it closed, yeah, right around 24.25. So LCID, certainly no pop. Okay, SPY just went mildly positive, basically flat, but you can see right there the nice little move. Excuse me. MSC is halted. Yes, I just noticed that. Also, MSC is halted. Studio City International Holdings. So you got 8 million in the float. China stock, or Hong Kong. Boy, it's got room. I mean, depending on what it wants to do. So this is, yeah, we're getting some bounces in TAL and GOTU and EDU. My guess is these are going to be short-lived bounces, but oh yeah, my favorite sector, the toilet preparation manufacturing sector. So YSG, there's another China stock. So it's above Friday's high. It's got some room. Big float though, 391 million in the float. So I'm just wondering, I mean, you know, we're not seeing any news, we're just sort of seeing some bounces in China stocks. That's all we're seeing. We're just seeing some bounces. But we're definitely seeing some nice bounces in these China. Look at DIDI. It came off the bottom of about 7 and it's at 8 right now. It's just hard to believe these bounces will be sustained. No, Pets came right back, guys. Remember, I was mentioning Pets as an earnings play. Down here, we're starting to run a little bit. Look at this, it's actually gone positive now. PETS, Pets. All right, so this one got halted on the way down. It just opened, SNPX. Terrible spread, basically untradeable right now. 1027, 1067. Where's Pitbull? Come on, Pitbull. So let's see, where could this open, this MSC? It's funny, I don't have any information on that in my time in sales. Nothing. So it's a mystery where this is going to open. And here we are now, we're open, and what did it do? Yeah, this is a tough one. 1220, 1270. This is a miserable spread, guys. I mean, look at this, but it is moving. Not shortable for me, so I can't even be enticed. But look at this. MSC. No news that I can see. And it just got halted again. Wow. Meanwhile, SGRP. Again, another one, no news. Somehow it just cannot, will not chase it. Let's see if it bases just a little bit. Even pulls back a little bit. It doesn't look like it's going to. Well, this is definitely turning into bounce day for some of these China stocks. I don't think SNPX is halted. It has resumed. Resumed at 948. Well, anything's got a chance. Anything's got a chance. So let's take a look at my watch list. Okay, so we had an alert here at 275. What did it get up to? Wow, 355. So if you were paying attention. The DYNT, let's take a look. I don't think it's moved really. 176, actually it's moved down. So the high, yeah, I mean it's going to have to take out that high. What's the float? 11.5 into the float, so it's a low float. Another one that I don't see any news on. Nothing from the option scanner yet. All right, guys. Well, again, how long will these China stocks, these China education stocks, how long will they bounce? I mean, this is just traders trying to see if they can play a little bounce play, scalp something out, in my opinion. I don't think there's certainly no news to cause these things to bounce. I don't think so anyway. All right, EVCM. Keep an eye on the EVCM. This was pointed out in the pre-market. Had a bunch of upgrades. What's the volume? Volume is not good. You'd think with those upgrades, you would think there'd be a lot more interest in this one. About 4 or 5 companies upgraded. Just no interest yet. Well, I have no idea about TD Direct. No idea, Bradley. I mean, I think if you want to look at options, I think probably there's an option that when you signed up, did you say you wanted to trade out? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I can't help you there. Well, his bounce for EDU, TAL, GOTU. And the resumption of MSC. Yeah, we're going to have a halt down now, guys. No, we didn't get the halt down. I thought we were going to get a halt down. All right, Bitcoin play, guys. So what did BITF do in the pre-market? It got up to 396. So looks like there's a lot of resistance right around 4, though. This is not looking like, even if it got over that high in the pre-market, it's just like looks like there's a lot of resistance around that 4 level. Okay, so far, the play has been China bounce plays. The education stocks, so far. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just watching a couple of this. So this SNPX, I don't think it was shortable. It is shortable. Okay, but I think the problem was, yeah, the spread is just. So broadly, I can tell you that Interactive Brokers has quotes on options. So I don't know what to say. I'm just looking at my option. Wow, look at this. Whoa. This is the play today. All right, guys, XBio is having a pop here. XBio and some big volume coming in to XBio. Just looking right here, look at the volume coming in. Low float, 8 million in the float. I can't remember. I think this, I don't think it's a virus play. Maybe somebody can help me on that. I don't think it is. Hard to know anymore when you look at the profile of some of these companies. They like to branch out. It's got a lot of room. I mean, look at the Friday high. It was 475. All right, guys, ORMP, ORMP. This is on the move here. ORMP, look at this, what it's done over the last few months. ORMP. Still nothing from the option scanner. So I have not taken a trade other than the pre-market trade that I took from the short of TYME. Have not taken a trade since then. Kind of waiting on my option scanner to see if we see what the first one will be. All right, yeah, we're seeing a lot of China stocks bouncing now, guys. There's API, nothing to do with education. Don't think it is anyway, but we're seeing a lot of China stocks bouncing. But for how long? Well, could be. Well, it could be support. You mean not resistance, but support? Could be. But you're giving up a lot, I think. If you, no, I guess not. I've. What was the? Oh, I see. I see what you're. I'm sorry. 596. Yeah, I mean that could block it. Could. I'm just wary of these bounces of any one of these China education stocks. All right, Schlumberger here, guys. It has some room, 31.18 or so on the daily chart, 29.59 right now. A little bit of a move here. Just what's the volume like? Big float. Okay, ORMP continues higher here. ORMP continues higher. And this is not, I don't think this is an IPO. This is probably a symbol name change here. Yeah, well, maybe not. Let's see. All right, so you know what? We have to go back to 2014 before we see these levels. So that to me is not really resistance. So ORMP technically not an all-time high, but I don't think 7 years ago, whatever happened 7 years ago, excuse me, is going to influence it today. Oral vaccine play. Thank you, Ori. Okay. Well, look at the bounces of these. For how long? For how long? That's the $1 million question for these China stocks. I mean, you know, this is a little one. It's still got its big float, 391 million. Not education. It has some room to the 750 mark, so it's about $1 away from all that potential resistance. Meanwhile, ORMP guys on the move here. HG, yes it is. It is free, yes. Here's the link. Just a second, I forget that. Well, I don't know what to say. I mean, here is the login link. Okay. Not sure why you can't get in. Trade of the week is Kroger. Let's see what Kroger is doing. Kroger is okay. So the trigger. The suggested entries are around that $40 mark, so it popped up and has come right back down. So, you know, how you trade it, up to you. Right now, the trades are all these bounces in these China stocks. Oh man, ORMP. This is well, here's a good trend. ORMP, definitely a nice trend so far. This is shortable too, so at some point it's a little more parabolic. Boy, ORMP, I'm sorry, this is just, MSC just got halted. Now this has to be on the way down. Yeah, okay, this is on the way down. MSC halted on the way down. It's awful today. No question about it. Yeah, I don't look at it like that, Vi. In terms of a percentage increase, it's more risk reward based on where my stop is. So it's more like a 1 to 2, 1 to 3. So it's not so much based on percent. But I'm a bit of a different trader, okay? I mean, listen, if I get into something that's really like a low flow stock and it pops immediately, you know, I'll probably take some off regardless of what the percentage or, you know, so I'm a bit of a different sort of a trader. Yeah, I mean, this is just not a great follow-through day for a lot of. Well, there's the BITF, but I just look at this and I think there's too much resistance right around 4 BITF. The reason, but to get back to your percentage questions, I mean, I'm not concentrating on low float stocks so much as the fact that, my preference for trading is under $20. It's that simple. It doesn't have to be anybody else's. And typically, a stock that is moving, it's under $20, typically seems to be, a low float stock. This one is not. It's up 20%, 121 million in the float. So typically, though, if it's a low float stock, those are the ones giving us the biggest percentage moves. That's all. So it's not that I'm looking for a 10% move or a 20% move or a 2% move. It's not that at all. It just happens, though, the stuff that I see most of the time are ones that are giving like these huge potential moves. Yeah, so you have to go to our homepage every day, HT, just so you know, okay? I have to do the same thing. I have to go to the homepage. I have to log in like anybody else, okay? So okay, so if you got stopped out of the KR, that means that you're not looking at this as a longer term trade, obviously, and because there's the stop that is suggested, the 20-day SMA. Obviously, you're trying to day trade this, which is fine. I mean, that's how you trade it will be up to you, but nothing in the option scanner yet. Ooh, time is right back down. TYME is right back down. Let's see what happens at that 200-day moving average. This is the one I shorted in the pre-market. And there's the 200-day moving average, 148, so it's sitting right on it. Takes that out with any authority. I may just re-short it. Well, or this is your trend of the day right now, ORMP. I mean, this is straight up. Funny, you didn't see this one in the pre-market, really. I mean, it didn't really do much in the pre-market, ORMP. Waited for the market to open. Okay, we have now another one that, oh wow, this got halted, I guess, on the way down. And NSYS. Very low volume, very low float. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, he's still in the room. He's not here right now, but he usually always makes an appearance. All right, guys, this ORNP, has it run out of steam finally? Of course, we've got one of the biggest IPOs. I don't know, I shouldn't say it like that in terms of price. I have no idea how much they're raising and all that, but Robinhood this week, HOOD, the interesting IPO. See what happens. Well, Didi is still on the run here. Boy, still on the run. I just gotta keep thinking. Okay, so there's the high right there. So that might stall it. High of 902. But, I mean, listen, if it takes out that high of Friday, I mean, it could keep going on a bit of a run. Yeah, in fact, it's now basically 10:20, so this is when I start my spiel. Anyway, so good timing. Whoever asked the question, D. Darling. Okay, first of all, if you are new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen live on the mic. Before I give my link out, I just want to talk a little bit about the test drive. It is fast approaching. I want to put this link in. I don't know if I have a specific date, David. I just saw this week. I mean, I think there was a specific date, but I can't remember what it was. But it's supposed to be this week. So you know what I would do? Just put hood. Just put hood in your, obviously not trading it. Create a price alert. Put $1 in. All right. Save it, and when it starts to trade, it'll pop up in your screen. All right, guys, so the test drive. So if you click on the test drive link, this is what you're going to see. Okay, so if you'd like to try Trade Ideas, this is the perfect opportunity. Okay, but please read it carefully. It doesn't start until August 9th. And it runs to August 20th. Those are 10 trading days, okay? So what you're doing right now is you're basically pre-registering. Okay, so please don't inundate our support people saying, well, I just registered for it. How come I have no data? It doesn't start till the 9th. So you're pre-registering. It costs you $11.11, okay? And you'll have access to our full premium service for those 10 trading days. Another note, once the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. We don't put you into a subscription. If you do want to take out a subscription, we'll have a nice promo code for you. But don't worry, we don't automatically put you into a subscription, okay? So it's a great way to try us out for 10 trading days for $11.11. Also, if you have our standard service, you want to upgrade to premium for those 2 weeks, you can do it. It'll cost you that also, okay? So that's the test drive. So again, if you sign up right now, you are pre-registering. That's all you're doing. And so that's it, okay? That's the test drive. Okay, guys, we did get one, BTBT. We did get one from the option scanner. I'm surprised at this one, but we did get it. Now, what sort of resistance does it have? Yeah, it's got some room. 638 right there on the daily, so it's got some room. I'm not telling you to take the trade, guys, but you know, if you have the option scanner, you can see what it's looking at. Okay, now I'm going to put my homepage link in. Okay, so there's my homepage. Okay, there's the link to my homepage. It's also available all day long from my homepage tab in the trading room. All right. When you click on it, this is what you'll see. So if you want to take out a subscription, here's a promo code you can use. Barry for Alpha for 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. Let's give you an idea about how much Trade Ideas does cost. We have 4 plans. We have an annual, a monthly for premium and standard. Premium is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI, which I'll go over. Not having a great day today. You don't have to have an annual plan though. You want to go month to month, that's fine. $118, $228. The discount, the promo, you can apply to the first month only, okay? So if you maintain a monthly plan, this is what you'll pay going forward, okay? You can sign up, this is all free, the trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Stock of the day video that I do at noon Eastern. These are free. Now, somebody asked about my layout and my scan. So here they are. You click on that scan section. Here's my layout. What you see. You don't see the moving higher with unusually strong options. It's on another screen. But there it is right here. Plus a lot of other scans that I've created that you might want to take a look at. Education. A lot of education. If you're just starting out with trade ideas, or if you don't have trade ideas, you can also click on this link. But if you have trade ideas, I really encourage you to take a look at this. It talks about all the basic features. What is a top list, creating them, alert windows, creating them, etc., all the way down to backtesting, the AI, Brokerage Plus. Okay, so there's a lot of information here. If you're new to trade ideas, please take a look at this 20 lessons. And you can also do this if you don't have trade ideas, so you get an idea about what we have to offer. Daily support sessions. So between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room, one of the other traders takes over. Today is Monday, so I believe it'll be Sean. He'll be taking over before I leave for my break. I will put the YouTube link in. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all here. They're all free. More educational videos, starting trade ideas from scratch, and more information about the AI. If you're new to trading, great 36-part. These are all short videos, all right? Starting off with what is a stock. So if you're new to trading, this is for you. And we have some trading ebooks that we created. So a lot of information on my home page. I don't go over a lot of it in any detail. The reason being, well, first of all, there's a lot of information, but all you have to do is save my link. You save my link, then you can take a look at all this whenever you want. Okay, so now this is where I talk a little bit about what Trade Ideas is. No, this ORMP, this is really interesting, guys. The longer it holds up here, I mean, it's going to do one of two things. There's no way it's going to hang here all day. So it's either going to pop up, but if it starts to drop, I mean, for me anyway, it is shortable. Interactive brokers, yeah, 500,000 shares. So there's tons of shorts available. So this could be interesting. ORMP. Somebody said that also, TD and RBC. Interesting. I'm seeing options in interactive brokers, so maybe there's something happening with the Canadian brokerages. I can't answer that. I can only say that interactive brokers still is showing options. All right, so what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. We scan the stock market. Doesn't matter where you are in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas. This is an example of a scanner, basic new highs and lows I call it. If I right click, configure, summary, you'll see what I'm looking for. This is what I'm looking for here. So if the stock is between $1 and $20, current volume is 4, meaning it's trading at least 4 times normal up to this point of the day. 400,000 shares, etc. These are the filters that I'm using. So if a stock meets these filter requirements and it makes either a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks. One of the good things about Trade Ideas is you do not have to learn a programming language. You notice that I've got, if I right click on an alert window, then I click on search, these are all the filters. Sorry, these are all the alerts that we have. And when it changes to these icons, these are all the filters that we have. We feel we have enough alerts and filters that the absolute majority of our customers can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. And of course, when you start out, you don't even have to know how to create scans. You can take a look at mine. And we also have a channel bar. And all these channels here, these are all themed channels. So for instance, if I click on momentum, if you like this one, it's an alert window. It's called Momo. If you liked it, you can always save it to the cloud and bring it back to your layout. Okay, so that's a way in which you can kind of go through all the different channels, all the theme channels, extracting windows that you might like, and then later on, and then adding them to your layout. Okay, and again, this is available. The way this is structured right here, the fact that I can have my layout still loaded, you have to be on the latest beta for this. Okay, if you're not on the latest beta, then what will happen is if you click on new channel bar, these are all the same theme channels, but when you click on one of them here, your layout will disappear. Not disappear, it'll be replaced. So that's why you have to save your layout to the cloud if you're not on the latest beta. The latest beta is available if you go to my homepage, scroll up to the top where it says download software. That's how you can download the latest beta. And then you can take a look at the channels and you don't have to worry about your layout being replaced. THMO, that's actually not too bad. It's coming right into the 200-day moving average, THMO. All right, did that ORMP make its way down? Yeah, that was a big 1656 all the way down to 16, popping right back up though. So doesn't look like it's completely over yet. All right, let's talk a little bit about this window that we see here called, first of all, I better talk a little bit about the AI. Not having a great day. Obviously, everything got stopped out. But, you know, if you use it like a watch list, these things can come back later on. Maybe they're just a little early. How I would watch it is click on New from the toolbar, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Have this window up and running. Save it as part of your layout so that tomorrow, before the market opens, open your layout, of course, and that window will be blank, empty until the alerts happen. Nothing will happen until at least 9:35. Obviously, not a great day for the AI right now, but you know, I never know. Things that turn around. These alerts that we see, maybe they'll start working later on. But if you're trying to automate this whole thing, in other words, you know, take every trade in auto mode and allow the system to take you out of the trades, not the way to go. Yeah, I didn't like it, as you know, guys. I took a look at this BT. I mean, it had a little bit of room, but not enough. I mean, I'm hoping we get some of the ones in the option scanner. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday last week, we had some fantastic alerts from the option scanner, but mainly because the ones that we saw that we were getting had a lot of room to keep running. You know, this one didn't have that much room. Now, you know, I mean, you had a bit of a scalp on it. Not that I would not consider this, you know, 575 got up to 593. So this window here that you see here, this big blue window that's empty right now, this is what we call Brokerage Plus. I'm going to pop this link in, and the link has 2 videos. All right, it has 2 videos. The short video, if you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account, you can use this window to trade your account. Okay, the first video explains that. The second video goes into a lot more detail about what you can, you know, more advanced topics and how you can use this if you have an Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account. Okay, so I don't go over any of that. You have to watch both videos. The first one to connect. The second one is about 26 minutes long and goes into a lot of detail about how you can use this window. Second way to use the window is and the second video is appropriate also to watch. You can use this for paper trading, simulation mode. That's what that SIM means. So before you commit money to the market, please practice trading. Cannot emphasize that enough. Very easy to do. When you click on an alert, the symbol shows up. You pick how many shares you want to trade, price you want to get in at. Let's just take this trade, okay? I mean, I'll just show you, you know, the concept of taking the trade and placing a stop, because you know, you get into a trade, they're not all going to work. You have to have a price you're going to get out. Let's just take a look here. 568, 570. You find something. This looks like it's just going to drop. So yeah, you need the latest production release anyway to an E-Trade account. Yes. In order to connect Brokerage Plus to your E-Trade account. Yes. Watch that first video, the short one, and you'll see how to do it, okay? Okay, let's say we wanted to take this trade right here, this SGRP. It's pulled back and maybe it'll hold. So I'm going to show you what I'm going to do. I'm going to take 500 shares. This isn't a simulator. I'm going to buy it at the market. there, took the trade. Okay, entry price was 302. I'm going to put a stop at 282. I'll explain why I'm doing that. It's not necessarily that that is the correct stop. I'm just trying to, I always say it like this. I'm going to make the math super simple. It's not a bad stop actually on the 5 minute, okay? Again, when you get into trading, you cannot expect that every trade is going to work. So you have to have a price you're going to get out of the trade if it doesn't work. And that, you know, if you're completely new to trading, that's what we call the stop. So, and that's why you have to practice, because I mean, you might think, okay, it makes sense. I should be out of a trade at a certain price, but you know, what is that price going to be? Well, that's why practicing trading is going to come into play. You have to, you know, for me, I size up a chart. I kind of look where I think there might be a support area. So if it broke down through that support area, I should be out of the trade. So that's, and why I put a 20-cent stop. I wanted to make the math easy, because now here's the second concept. So if you start to understand, okay, I get it, I should have a price I'm getting out, but now that price, and based on where you get into the trade, that should also determine how many shares you take. Because the other aspect is, okay, I mean, if you have a $5,000 account, you should not be risking $1,000 a trade. So let's just say your account size, you can say risk $100 a trade. So if the trade doesn't work, the worst you want to do on it is to lose $100. So that's why in this particular case, you notice my entry was 302, my stop is 282, that is 20 cents away. That will share size me. That's why I took 500 shares here. If I divide 20 cents into $100, I get 500 shares. So again, you don't go into trading thinking, well, I'll just take 100 shares every trade, 200 shares every trade. In my opinion, anyway, it should be based on how many shares you take, should be based on the difference between your entry and your stop. Divide that difference into how much you're willing to risk on the trade. Okay, so I could get, you know, this is again, I put this in here just to make the math super simple. And the other aspect is obeying your stop. You know, when you get into trading, sometimes it's really hard to obey your stop. You can't believe it's not going to work. You know, I'm just going to use SGRP as an example. Maybe there was a fantastic press release. Everybody's talking about it. You know, you got into the pullback. It's got to work. Well, you know what? They don't all work. So it's very critical that you do obey your stop. Otherwise, you can do things like this. You can start, you know, as it approaches your stop, you start moving your stop down because you just are, you know, stubborn. And so that $100 loss maybe starts turning into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally say, oh man, get me out of this trade. So how to counteract that? Well, you can leave your stop in. Takes all the emotion out of the trade. You can leave it right in, right on the chart. If you have, you know, Interactive Brokers or E-Trade, then you can use the chart to trade like this. But if you don't have IB or Interactive Broker, that's okay. You can still use Trade Ideas. Your broker will have its own way of doing the same sort of thing. Okay? So I do not want to, please listen really closely. If you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It's just a feature we've got. And whether you use it or not is up to you, even if you have an E-Trade or IB account. Okay? What is EasyGo doing? EasyGo. Let's see. So it's a low flow. Another China stock. So we're getting a lot of bounces in these China stocks today. I don't see any news on it. I'm not saying there isn't any. I don't see any news on the EZGO. It's a low float, 6 million in the float. I don't see any news on it. But it's on the right. It's on the move here. Now, about the simulator that you see here. So You can use this to practice swing trading also. So if I don't get out of a position at the end of the day, it'll carry forward. So you can practice swing trading using the simulator. I just find that these Bitcoin stocks are really difficult to trade intraday. It's another, it's kind of, I know it's back up, BTBT, it's back up. I just find them very difficult to trade intraday. Okay guys, I'll be right back. Okay, I am now back. All right, guys, let's see, the SGP, again, it's not bad from the from my watch list. I mean, 275. I mean, actually pretty good. I mean, considering we had a bit of a choppy day, got all the way up to 389. So now notice here, guys, max P&L. I love these columns. Okay, so if you're going to practice trading, I don't know why this is here. I'm going to get rid of that column. Don't care about that. Don't care about that. That's me, okay? You want to have those percentages, I don't care. I just don't care about that. All right, so this is what I want to show you though, okay? See, it says today's profit, max P&L, and total P&L. Actually, I wonder why. Okay, these numbers should be about the same. Okay, so what this is telling me right here is that if I'd gotten out where at the absolute max when I was in the trade at 302, and you notice you would have been right up here at 380 something, I would have been up $137. Okay, now at this point, this is, I don't think anybody, you shouldn't allow this sort of thing to happen. At this point, I'm only up, and again, these numbers, they get updated in a different fashion, but I'm up about $12 to $22. In fact, what I'm going to do is, yeah, it's a little confusing, but yeah, now you see, it's just sort of the update time it's taking. Anyway, I'm only up 750 right here. At one point, it was up $137. Of course, if you're trading, you should never let that happen. Okay, these are hotkeys. You can get out of a trade by flattening it. I can get out of half my trade, or I could double my position. Okay, now you see I've allowed this to turn in from $137 gain into a $20 loss. Obviously, you shouldn't allow that to happen. All right, guys, let's see. I'm just looking to see. I'm not getting too many new alerts here. You're welcome, William. It just nothing shaking really today on it. Unless you're talking about the option Magic. Yeah, EasyGO on the move here. All right, so if you were in this one, here are your new levels, okay? 394, and it just took that out, and then the next one is 430. So I mean, it took out that right there, and now the next high looking left. Oh, okay. So you're looking at the Magic. Okay. I'm just trying to reduce the number of alerts I get, but I know you would like a lot more. So I'm sure Magic is giving you a lot more. Give me a moment, please. And did it get halted? Yes, it did get halted. Yeah, EZGO just got halted. 10:50, so it's going to open at 10:55, I guess, 34 seconds plus. Also, guys, maybe keep an eye on the NAOV. It is trying to come off the bottom here, NAOV, right here. Let's see if it gets, I mean, it got up to 388 in the pre-market, so let's just see if it wants to keep moving here. Of course, I had a big day Friday afternoon. Something to do with Australia and their drug. All right, the EV play is definitely heating up. KNDI, here's another EV play out of China. How is Lucid doing? LCID. How is Lucid Motors doing? Actually, pretty good, you know, guys. I mean, what did it get up to? Up to $29. It's pulled back, but I mean, CCIV closed. This is, again, no more CCIV. It is now Lucid, finally. So, I mean, it closed at 24.25, 24.25. So there's your number that it closed at on Friday. So that actually is doing pretty well. Remember that 24.25, so it's about $2 above the close of Friday right now. But at one point it got all the way up to $29. So yeah, that was definitely a 5-minute halt right on the second. EZGO, guys. Oh boy, now it's got some room. 468, right at 468. I mean, if it takes that out, 495 is the next. 595. Again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but you can see exactly where it's stalled, almost to the penny, 468. And what's that high right there? 468. That's all. That's right. Well, right to the penny. But if it takes that out, though, based on that float, all right, now I would, you know what? I mean, this SGRP, I mean, what did it get to? Got all the way up to 390. Nice base now here, just over 3. We get some volume coming in, popping it. This could have another go. And that is talking about the SGRP. Oh my gosh. All right, let's take a look at the market. So the SPY is basically flat, Dow's down just a little bit, and tech is basically flat. So we've really, nothing's really shaking trend-wise in the market. And I'm looking at my thumbnail charts on my other monitor, just looking to see if anything is kind of moving. Yeah, just looking to see if anything is trying to come back here from the my scanner, my watch list. Not really. I mean, the bit F is hanging in. The SGRP. I mean, okay, it was a good one. I mean, 275 on the alert. There you can see the blue arrow right there. So I mean, it got up before it pulled back, got up to 350. So I mean, you could say that was definitely a winner, but nothing truly exciting today. Not shortable for me anyway. Interactive Brokers for EZGO. Man, this is really slowing down now, guys, for me. I'm not getting any new alerts. So I'm not going to try to manufacture something. Just going to wait, see if we get another one from the scanner, option scanner later on. Or this might be a day in which, in the afternoon, 1:30 on, we start, from 1:30 to 3, we might start to get some really interesting plays. Of the ones that were really kind of moving earlier, and then they just kind of stall, and then in the afternoon they pick up steam again. So I'm just going to bide my time. I know for some of you that's really hard to do because you want to be in a trade constantly, but that's your prerogative, of course. Yeah, just got halted on the way down. EZGO, nice call. Zach, just not shortable for me. Yeah, I see time. I just think it's really going to struggle to get. I mean, there's where we're got to. See in the pre-market, it hit what 188. Market open, it hit 190. I don't know. I think it's just going to struggle, to get even close to that. I mean, look, I might be wrong, but it's not a low float, you know, so it's going to take a bunch to move it. I mean, it's impressive that it's up 53% with that float. It sort of did, Brian, yes. I mean, the play today obviously was the bounce of the China stocks. I mean, look, I probably see many, many patterns that look like this. Of a lot of these China stocks, TIGR being one of them. Now, the high was 1780 on Friday. Will that stall it? Because nothing's changed. Nothing fundamentally has changed. Other than the fact that, you know, once it starts, you know, traders will pile into something like this and see, and there's the 200-day moving average, 1619, so it broke down below it, came back up. All right, so you've heard me say this a few times regarding the AI, all right? So I'm just looking here. Yeah, every one of them was stopped out. However, you notice there is a re-entry price, okay, and time and all. So in this particular case, you know, the AI was early on the short of EZGO. Gave you a second opportunity to get into the, if you have shorts available. IB didn't. I don't know if E-Trade does. But anyway, doesn't matter. I mean, you don't have to, you know, if your broker had shorts available, you could have got into that trade at 463, and now it's down to 415. So you'd be up 9%. So again, this one, the same sort of thing, got stopped out, was early, had a chance to reshort it at 29.05. That's the BEKE. So, I mean, you know, there's an argument to be made that just wait for the re-entries. You know, don't worry about the first alert. Just wait to see if anything triggers on a re-entry. Because the AI might have just been a little bit early on it. That's all. So the same thing with the day out. What platform do I use? You mean, I'm not sure I understand the question. You're in the Trade Ideas trading room, so I mean, we're using Trade Ideas, that's the scanner, and I use Interactive Broker as my broker. Is that what you mean? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Well, there's no absolute to that. Sorry, Brian, there's no absolute. But if you have interactive brokers, or your broker will have something similar, if this were halted, you'd see the halt price, and then you'd see the bid ask stacking up ahead of time. It doesn't mean that it's absolutely going to be that price, but that's how you can kind of get a gauge. Certainly, if it's going to open above the halt price, okay, but there's no 100% guarantee of knowing what it's going to be. Oh, I see. Okay. Um, Let me just give you this to raw. You can take a look at this, the 20 lessons, okay? This gives you a basic idea about what Trade Ideas is. But we're a scanner. We scan the US stock market. You can create your scans. So I've got a scan here called Basic New Highs and Lows. So it's easy. You don't have to learn a programming language or anything. But that's what we are. We scan. So again, this, for instance, this one called Basic New Highs and Lows. So in this particular scan, I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $20. Current volume is 4. That means it's trading 4 times normal up to this point of the day. Minimum 400,000 shares, up or down 4% from the open, etc. So if a stock meets these filter requirements and it makes either a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. So that's why we see these stocks here. That's why. That's why. Yeah, okay, guys. INMB on the way down here. Oof, and look at this. I mean, look at where it's trying to maybe be supported here. I mean, it's 1786. The low right there is 1860. Sorry, 1726. So there's a little bit of support around that 17 level. Yeah, and you can see if it takes that 17, it's gone a free fall down to that 13 level. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but I mean that's so. Listen, 17 might hold it. They might bounce off it, but if it takes it out, I mean, there's a 200-day way down here. And again, guys, I'm not getting any new alerts really. The INNB was new. I mean, it came in at 11:10. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back again. All right, guys. All right, well, time is getting closer, I mean, to those highs. It has bounced, but I just don't know if it has the necessarily oomph to get it through because of that float. 113 million in the float. I mean, it's going to take a bunch to get it through this 189. And even if it does, 188 is right there on the monthly, and 230. I mean, I guess if it can somehow get through 189 or so, I still think 2 might block it. Look at the weekly chart right there, 212, 210, 212. I just don't, it's because of the float. I mean, it's just going to take a bunch to get it through. I mean, I think, as I said before, it's very impressive that it's up 61% with 113 million in the float. That's very impressive. So EV plays, yeah, look at WKHS. INB continues to slide here. Yeah, Time does have news. Wow, INB guys, I mean, look, I mean, if this takes out to 17. Yeah, spread's okay. I mean, it's a nickel. It's not terrible. It's okay. Boy, guys, I mean, this INB is getting really interesting. If it takes out to 17, what's going to hold it up? You know what? I've missed my opportunities on some of these China stocks. DD, I mean, look at this. I mean, I'm not saying you could ever get it right at the high to short, but I mean, how's Tal doing? They're all drifting down again. Yeah, they're all Time has new news. Okay. What is the new news? Well, it's okay. It's a rehash of the news. I don't think it's new news. I mean, I think it's just. I mean, I might be wrong, but it's granted the U.S. patent claiming coverage covering use of tyrosine. Dola, hello. So I think they're. I mean, I might be wrong, but it looks like they're just rehashing the news. All right, LUMN. That was definitely at, but it wasn't up very much. It was up about 3% when I first. Oh, yeah. So now it's starting to drift down. Well, guys, I mean, listen, time, if it gets over $1.89, hey, oops, it could keep running. I'm amazed because of the float that it's doing this. Oh, look at this one, LHDX. This looks like, okay, keep an eye on LHDX. Over 9, what's the volume like? Not bad, 28 million in the float, so it's not a huge float. And if you look left, the next high was 894, so it's taken that out, over $9. The next high after that is 1016. Keep an eye on this one, definitely. The longer base is over 9, and then all of a sudden you get like a big volume burst like this. This could get it running. I don't see, is there any news? I don't see any news on it. And that is LHDX. Oh man, guys, INMB just getting trashed here. So guys, if you had shorts, I mean, IB does not have shorts for interactive. Yeah, IB did not have shorts for EZGO, but if you had shorts available, I mean, it's a great re-entry from the AI. I mean, listen, you've heard me say this before. There's an argument to be made that the true AI, for me anyway, is the re-entries. Forget the originals and wait to see if there's a re-entry triggered. You know, I'm not saying they're all going to work like this, but I mean, on the re-entry, in fact, that's even better than 21% because that's taking it from 463 as opposed to 458. Okay, so it's, I mean, it's going to be a little bit better than the 21%. The same. You know, these are all the re-entry triggers. You know, so these three on re-entry would have worked very well. This one still not, what's HTGM? Actually, I'm surprised. I don't understand why that's not a positive, but because there's a reentry 608 and it's at 593 now. Ah, it's a long. That's why. Thank you. That's why it's a long. They're not all short. But you see what I'm saying, guys? I mean, there's an argument to be made then that just, you know, forget the original, forget the initial alerts. Wait for reentries. You won't get too many. This is sort of a strange day in which a lot of times, you know, you may only get one or two that actually hit the stop during the day. In this particular case, so okay, let me back this up. How you get a reentry price is if at any time during the day the stop price get hit. It doesn't necessarily mean that's the exit reason, but at any time during the day, if that stop price gets hit, and then it comes halfway between. Now these are shorts, remember. So there's your entry, 458. There's your stop, 468. At any point, if it gets halfway between, which in this particular case is 463, you get an alert. Okay, and you know, there was the time. You can see right off the bat here. I mean, this was just early. Entry 1056, got out at 1057. You could have re-entered at 1058. Why? I mean, this was a very tight stop. You know, here's one 2905. So halfway between 2890 and 2919. These are pretty tight stops. Was 2905, gave you an opportunity, if you took the first trade, got stopped out, to take the trade again. So there's an argument to be made. Just wait for the re-entries. Never mind the original alerts. All right, we have VRPX. Yeah, VRPX just opened as, so another, wow, okay, so, oh, it looks like it's going to get stopped again. This looks like it's halted again, right? I see 550, 551. I don't see anything happening. Yeah, I just got, wow, this is going to open at 5. So the question was before, how do you know what it's going to open at when it resumes? Now, right now it says 590, 590. So 550, it got halted. 595 now. You see, but it just so there's no absolute way of knowing what it's going to open at. This will, you know, I mean, right now at this point, if you're in it, you know, what you want to see, of course, is something above 550. But again, this will change right up to the point where it resumes. But I mean, this is not. Now, see, look at that. I mean, it just changed to 6. So your broker will have something like that. Time and sales. That's nothing to do with trade ideas. So right now, INB guys, I don't know anybody, if you took that one, what's the news on this one? Announces design of upcoming phase 2 Alzheimer clinical trial and a news phase 1B. So, I mean, William, I don't know if you read that. INNB. Long? What? Okay, but you read the news? No, I know it's Alzheimer's, but it had the pop on the news, and then it just, but that's a huge drop. All right, guys, it is 11:34, so I just want to make sure it is going to be Sean in the YouTube room when I take my break. Well, look at this G box, green box. I mean, is this shortable? It is shortable. Not an all-time low. I guess this was an IPO back here. Not doing well at all. 656. It's the next low looking left. 738. Boy, this has got some room underneath $9. Boy. G box. Not too much volume. Meanwhile, the market has gone positive for everything. Look at the SPY's up, Dow's up, NAS is up. I mean, not much, but I mean, Look at that move. Look at this hour move so far. Well, this 45 minutes, and this candle has another 8 minutes or so. These are 15-minute candles, of course. So nice, nice move. UNSI. You guys have been talking about UNSI. I don't think it's. Oh, there it is. It just showed up here. All right, well, this is a super low float, 8.5 million in the float, so it's very low. Don't see any specific news on it. But again, I don't know if this is an IPO. It's possible it's an IPO or it's a symbol name change. If it's an IPO, okay. Boy, not a good one. All right, yeah, here it is. It says you have to check this. So very, 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 very cheap IPO. Not raising a lot of money at all. Okay, guys, sorry. There's what was ring PCG? Is this on the way up or no? It's on the way down. PCG on the way down. PCG on the way down. Oh, PCG. Boy, I haven't seen this one for a long time. It might cost a few dollars to do that, but All right, guys, sorry about that. Just internal discussion. Look at the SPY, guys. Wow. So that is almost now a straight hour up. Is it on YouTube? It should be there somewhere. I would think. You know what? I know I said this on Friday. I see if I can find a video on it. What time is it? 11:43. Okay, let me see if I can find a video on it, and this time I will save it. Oh, you found it? Okay. Okay, good. Pop the link in here so I can save it, if you don't mind. There we go. Thank you. Okay, I'll have that link so anybody wants it. Give me a moment here, just. All right, at least I've got something saved. So if you guys ask me again, all right, guys. Again, lots of action. Oh man, I was talking about that G box just earlier. Boy, this just looks so weak, weak, weak. G box. I mean, the next low looking left is 743. Yeah, so obviously caffeine addict. I'm biased, but I mean, I'll let other people chime in. Not easy. You can. We have a simulator here. I would practice trading first. I will say this though. I will say this that you know the fact that you're not desperate to make money in the market to pay the bills is certainly the way to go. It's awfully tough if you have to make money in the market to pay, you know, your mortgage and food and, you know, all that stuff. Then it's really, really tough. But if you got another income, at least you can take it slowly to begin with and build it up. Ooh, look at this EB coming right into that 200-day moving average. EB, right into the 200-day. Oh, I think it's, you know, listen, if you have to make money in the market, it's awfully hard. Okay. You know, there's, you know, it's hard enough as it is, but if the pressure is that you've got to make money every single day in order to pay, you know, just your bills, it's, I'm not going to say it's impossible, but especially if you're just, well, if you're starting out, I mean, I think it's almost impossible unless you get awfully lucky. YouTube Room is not live? In what respect? All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Well, yeah, I see that time actually time actually showed up in the option scanner. Very interesting. Well, listen, I mean, the next high looking left, what was it? $1.230. I guess it's got some room to there. Excuse me. It's got that big float, but right now it doesn't seem to matter. I mean, it's traded the float. I mean, 113 million, 168 million have traded. So it has traded the float and more. You're in the tech support area, William, but that's okay. Yeah, so Caffeine Addict, we have a simulator here. You know, as Becca's talking about, we do have a simulator here. So if you take out a standard subscription, you have access to our simulator, which is real time, and you can practice trading there first, okay, before you commit money to the market. And yes, MITQ just got halted on the way up. Yeah. A lot of halts again. This has been the most active scanner over the last couple of weeks, really. The halts resumes. We have 6.5. We have 6.4 million. That's what our provider has for a float for MITQ. All right, guys, I'm just waiting for Sean to show up. He is, okay, so I'm sorry, he is showing up. He'll be taking over YouTube in about a couple of minutes from now, so I'm just going to put my announcement in. I'll be on a break till about 12:40. He'll be ready in a minute. There he is. Okay, thank you, Sean. Yeah, guys, so what I do is for the time, TYME, I put a price alert around this 190 area. You know, I mean, if the volume continues, I mean, it's great volume. I mean, that's what's, 113 in the float, but it's traded 173 million. It's going to trade the float easily 2 times today, which is, pretty staggering with 113 in the float. So, stick an alert, just underneath 2 and see if it takes that out. If it does, it's got a shot. And it is trading very actively options today. 26,000 contracts, which is a huge increase in what it normally does. And the volume keeps pouring in. I mean, look at the 15-minute chart, guys. I mean, there's the high, usually the opening 15-minute candle is going to be typically the highest one of the day. But look at these. I mean, what time is it? Well, it's got another less than a minute. But I mean, these are challenging that opening candle or opening volume bar. All right, Sean, you are streaming now. Okay, I'll stop. Have fun for the hour. And we'll see you guys in the main room at about 12:40. Have fun for the hour. And we'll see you guys in the main room at about 12:40.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for the handoff, Barry. Hope everybody's well. This is your boy, Chicago Sean McLaughlin. This is the Trade Ideas live Q&A session. We do these every trading day from noon Eastern for 1 hour, 9 a.m. Pacific for 1 hour. And I'm your host today, and this is your opportunity to ask any software-related questions that you have. My standard disclaimer at the beginning of every one of these sessions is I don't know the answer to everything, but I certainly do know enough to be dangerous, and I could point you in the right direction for anything I can't answer. So with that out of the way, hope everybody had a great weekend. I certainly did. Summer is in full swing here in Colorado, USA. And I noticed that, at least I've noticed over social media, that a lot of people have been starting to sign up for our upcoming test drive in August. If you are already a Trade Ideas subscriber, you don't need to worry about the test drive. But for those of you who may be here who are not subscribers to Trade Ideas yet and are kicking the tires, and you've either signed up for the test drive, which will give you full access to the platform for 2 full weeks for only $11.11, starting, Monday, August 9th, I believe is that date, second week of August. So if you're thinking about subscribing to Trade Ideas and you're just not quite sure, well, the test drive is made for you. You'll have full access to the platform for 2 full weeks. That's 10 full trading days for only $11. If you can't afford an $11 risk on a trade, well, good luck to you, is all I can say. Hello, Grant. Hello, Kev. Thanks for saying hi. So before, as I wait for questions, and by the way, folks, for the next hour, I don't have any planned content. This is a Q&A session driven by you, by your questions. So whatever you guys want to cover, that's the direction we will go. And Anthony, to answer your question, Trade Ideas does not have level 2 data. Most commissionable brokers will offer you free level 2 data or very cheap level 2 data. If you're with Robinhood, well, you're out of luck. But no, we do not have level 2 data on Trade Ideas. Some of you who've been here before have probably heard me riff on this. I've been a trader since 1998, and when I started trading in 1998, we were all about the level 2. The level 2 provided insane edge for direct access traders. But in the early 2000s, they changed level 2. It no longer shows who the players are on the bid or the ask. You don't know if it's Goldman Sachs or Merrill Lynch or Morgan Stanley or whoever. That data has been scrubbed from the system. Now it's all anonymous exchanges. To me, excuse my French, it's all bullshit. I think a level 2 is completely irrelevant and useless in today's markets. We at Trade Ideas as a company agree. Not to disparage anyone who uses level 2. Look, if you found a way to make level 2 work for you, well, Godspeed. Use it for what you need it for. But we don't offer level 2. We have no plans to offer it. I don't think we ever will. We don't think it's relevant to what traders are doing here on Trade Ideas. So sorry about that, Anthony. But like I said, if you if you trade through a reputable, commissionable broker, like your Interactive Brokers, TD Ameritrade, E-Trade, Thinkorswim, who else is out there? TradeStation, Schwab, Fidelity, all those, they offer level 2. It's all available to you. All right, so one thing I often do at the beginning of these sessions while I wait for questions is I go through my open swing trades. I don't have a whole lot on now. Market volatility in recent weeks has shaken me out of a lot of long swing trades that I had on that I've been in for months. A lot of my stops got hit. That wasn't necessarily a bad thing. I still walked away with a bunch of profits on those, but certainly off the highs. But as you can see in my window here, in my Brokerage Plus window, I'm connected to the Trade Ideas Simulated Trader right here. Trade Ideas Simulated Trading. So let's not get carried away by my unrealized profits and losses, although there's not a whole lot to speak of right now. But this is the simulator. I'm demoing this for all of our customers. You can demo trade on our simulator to get used to how the Brokerage Plus module works. And the good news is that if you want to trade live with Trade Ideas and you've got a connected Interactive Brokers account or a connected E-Trade account, those are the only two brokerages that currently accept live trading from Trade Ideas. Once you're connected, the process will be seamless. The same way you trade in simulated trading would be exactly the same with live trading. So it's a good thing to practice with the simulated trader. So anyway, I got some long swing trades on here. I'm just going to go through these real quick and adjust my stops. You'll notice in my daily chart here, you can see I got a stop loss order. You can see it displayed on the chart. It shows me what my price is, 42.97. You can see that 160.99. That shows me approximately what my P&L would be if my stop loss were to get hit. I'm currently sitting on $544 of open profits, but if the stock were to continue falling and hit my stop loss level, I'll walk away with approximately 160 profit. Pretty nice, right? I'm not going to adjust this stop loss order here. I like where it's at right now, and I just eyeball these things, guys. I'm looking for obvious levels of support. No need to make any adjustments there. Okay, this one I will adjust. Now, if I ever want to adjust a stop loss order, a working stop loss order, it's super easy within Brokerage Plus. All you need to do is just on the chart, grab the line and drag it to your new spot. I'm going to drag it right up below this candle here from that big gap. So I'm just scotching it up just a little bit. But look at that. I just moved my stop loss order up, and now my new stop loss order is at 26.47. If you guys are visual traders like me, this is a really fantastic feature. Now I'm just going through the rest of these things. I don't think I need to adjust any more stops. They all look like they're in good spots. Okay, well that was easy. If you guys were here, I don't know, 6 weeks ago, I had 30 open positions or so, 35 I think at one point. So this process would have taken a little bit longer, but it's all good. Okay, so let's see, questions coming in. So Anthony, so do you guys day trade more based on the chart patterns? Well, I can't make any assumptions about what people do, Anthony. I could tell you that me personally, absolutely, I trade based off of chart patterns. I trade a lot based off of technical analysis, support and resistance levels, things like that. I mean, I don't do it. I don't get super complicated with it. I'm a keep it simple, stupid kind of guy. Only price pays. But I'm definitely looking at chart levels. That's what I'm looking at. And also, I should also say, Anthony, that I'm not currently, I don't consider myself a day trader, at least when it comes to stocks. When I take stock positions, whether it's with actual stock or if I make a directional bet on a stock using options, I'm doing swing trades. I'm in it for several weeks, several months if I'm lucky, means it's going my way. But I'm not doing day trades. So as a swing trader, chart patterns are certainly far more important. And again, another reason why I don't need level 2. Okay, Larry. Hi, Larry. I just subscribed and would like to know if there is a way to get the ADX DMI indicator for TI charts. So, Larry, here's what's up with our charts. I got some good news and some bad news. The bad news is, as you've probably already noticed, we don't have a whole lot of indicators on our charts. If I right-click on a chart right here and go to indicators, you'll see the totality of the chart indicators that we have available. Not a whole lot, right? If you're a serious chartist who likes to do a lot of serious technical analysis, you're going to find our breadth of indicators to be wanting, so to speak. And this is because, charts are one of the more recent features we added to Trade Ideas. We didn't used to have charts for a long time. And then, so our availability for features is pretty limited. So that's the bad news, Anthony. The good news is I've got my ear to the ground with the developers. And from what I hear, the developers are working on some serious upgrades to our charts. I don't have an ETA on when that's coming. It could happen as soon as next month. It might be next quarter. I don't know. I can't give you that answer, but I do know that they are working on some serious upgrades to our charting capabilities, which will include a whole new suite of indicators. So all I can say on that, Larry, is stand by. Okay, Steve Smith, how do I display a chart with price and volume on trade ideas? Okay, good question, Steve. So let me blow up this chart here. I'll make it a little larger so we can see it a little easier. So you'll notice on my chart, I've got the price action, which is, that's default, but I also have volume showing down here. You would like to know how we can get volume. Well, the way you add volume to a chart, if it's not already on there, is you right click in the chart. You go to indicators, I believe. Yeah, you go to indicators. And you bring up this window and you gotta scroll down and click volume. You hit volume, you click add, or actually before you click add, you could change the colors in here. I've got it set. See how mine are blue and red right now? I've got it set so that if I use this, my up color, I've got it set to green. Okay. And I've got my down color set to red. You could change them to something different. But that's how I set those colors. I hit OK and I hit add, and those volume bars will be there. I'm not gonna do that, those I already have it. I don't wanna override anything I've already got. But I hope that made sense, Steve. Just right click in the chart and go to indicators. I'm showing you again. Right click in the chart, go to indicators and scroll down and find volume and work your way through there. All right, Steve, hope that was clear. All right, if to tuber. Okay, you've downloaded the beta and you're playing around with the docked layouts, but I can't get my charts and scans in the docked window. I know this is something really simple I'm missing. Okay, well, first of all, let me just tell you that I don't use the new docks a whole lot yet, so it might not be the best guy to ask, but let's play around. So we got a new feature in trade ideas. If you guys are new here, then this is all new, but if you've been with us for a while, you might not have seen this yet. But if you go to your TI menu bar and you open up docked window, you could have a special window with a different layout right in here. Now, let me close this one out. I actually don't want to use this. What I want to do is go to new and docked channel bar. Okay, so that's going to bring up a whole new window, and I could open up a different layout. Like I could go to my pre-market layout, and here's my no, that doesn't look right. For some reason I lost my dock, right? Docked channel bar. Did I click the wrong one? I must have. Let's go to a strength alerts channel. There we go. So I clicked on a channel. Now you can see I got a different layout in here in this dock, while I still maintain my other layout that was open over here. All right, so let's go back to the question here, Tuber. You can't get my charts and scans in the docked window. So let me fill in the blanks here, Tuber. I'm guessing you have a saved layout that you'd like to open and you can't seem to get it in here. Well, the best way that I know how at this time, let's see, if I go here, okay, so Tuber, you've got a layout saved. Do you have it saved to your cloud? That's the first thing. You want to have the layout saved in your cloud. So let's do this. Let me close this docked window for a sec. All right, so let's do this, Tuber. Let's say, let me open up my layout. Let's say you got this layout. Maybe you just created this, or you got this thing the way you want it, and you want to open it up in a docked window. Well, the best way that I know how at this time is to save this layout to your channel bar. So notice how up here on my channel bar, the top 3 channels, these are custom channels that are unique to me. These are channels that I've created. Only I have access to them. Okay. So what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to save one of your personal layouts to your channel bar. So the way you do that is, if you haven't already, you said you already saved it to the cloud, but I'll do this for everybody else. If I just created this layout, let's save it to the cloud. The first thing I do is I go to File, Save or Share to Cloud. And then I click Entire Layout. I'll give this a name. We'll call this Docked Layout. Okay? And then I'm going to hit Save. Now I've saved this layout to my cloud. That's step number 1. There's going to be a few steps here. Next step is to add this layout to my channel bar. Okay, so to add it to my channel bar, which is right here, I want to click this gearbox, click Edit Custom Channels, and I want to add a channel. I've got 3 right now. I could have as many as 5, by the way. So I'm going to add a channel, and I'm going to click down here, Select from Cloud, and I'm going to choose Docked Layout. It'll be right there at the top, the thing I most recently saved. Right there, Docked Layout. I hit Select. Now the cloud link for that layout shows up right here. I'll choose like a little image we'll give you the old Bruce Lee image. We'll call this Docked Layout, if I could type. Why can't I type this morning? There we go, Docked Layout, right name, there we go. Now I'm gonna go ahead and hit OK, and I'm gonna hit Apply. And now you'll see that the Docked Layout channel right here is in my channel bar. Okay, so now let's open up a docked channel bar. So I'm going to go to my TI menu bar, hit New. I'm going to go to Docked Channel Bar. Now here's a new window. It's a dock, we call it a dock. And look at that, I could click my docked layout and it'll open. Oh, you know what it did? It opened it back up on my main layout, not in a channel bar, or not in a docked window. All right, Tuber, well, it looks like you and I are figuring this out together. This is a beta version, so for those of you who haven't seen this before, don't get worried. We're still working out the kinks, and this might be one of them. Or I might just be an idiot and not know how to do it because I haven't played around with it much. I don't have a use for it at this time. Let me try one other thing. Docked window. Okay. Now, do I have the ability? If I right click, I don't get anything here. If I right click here, yeah, I'm not opening anything here, so. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Let's open up this docked window. Yep. I think what I can do, I heard a rumor, I could take windows and drag them in. Can I do that? No, that did not work. Nope. Sorry, Mr. Tuber. Apparently I'm not the guy to ask about the docked windows. I'm not up to speed on it fully at this time, so I'm sorry. Like I said, it's a beta thing. It's still very new. We haven't officially launched it to the public. Yes, you do have access to it. And you guys are all helping us bang on it to figure out how we can get it to where we need it to be so that it's perfect. But the main gist of it, guys, is the docked windows is so that you can have multiple layouts open at one time, because this is a frequent frustration we've experienced, our customers have experienced over the years is like, I don't want to just have one layout open, I want to have multiple layouts open, because maybe I have multiple screens, right? Maybe I got multiple layouts. I'm sorry, not multiple monitors. Maybe you got like a 4-monitor array, and on one monitor you want, your one layout, and on another monitor you want a Holly AI channel open, and on a third monitor you want, a bunch of sector scans, right? Before, that was really cumbersome to make that work. Now with the docked windows, or as the docked windows get perfected, you will be able to have multiple layouts open at the same time, which will be pretty cool for some of you who need that functionality. It's been something that's been asked for a long time. It's coming. You know what, Tuber? I might be able to find a video for you real quick on the docked windows. Give me one sec. I think we might have a video that you can, if you got the time, you could watch it and it'll kind of walk you through some of the features. Okay. All right. That's the video I was looking for, Tuber. So if you've already seen it and it doesn't cover this, then my bad. But you know, I'll put this in here anyway. I'll put this in here anyway for those of you who might want to see what we're talking about, to learn more about the docked windows. Got a couple videos here. TI docking. I'm gonna put the links in the chat. There's one. And here's a second. Okay, so I got two different videos up there. One narrated by Brad, another one narrated by Chris V. That hopefully give some of you some more color on what we're doing with TI docking. Tuber, they may not address your particular question, but for the rest of you, it'll be instructive. All right, folks, so we're now 20 minutes in. I got a little less than 40 minutes left to spend with you. As a reminder, this is your opportunity to ask questions about the software. If you need help getting started with certain features, I know we have a lot of new test drivers who are awaiting the test drive, trying to get a jump start on being ready to go. So if you need any help with certain things, if you need help understanding how a top list works, or an alert window works, or what the Holly AI does and how to use it, happy to dive in. Meanwhile, I gotta shut my windows over here before the heat comes in, the heat of the day. I don't know what it's like where you guys are at, but it's been hot here in Colorado the last few days. 90s. It's a dry heat though, as they say. Not quite Arizona dry heat, but you know what I mean. Have you guys all checked? It's Monday. Have you guys checked the Strength Alerts channel? I noticed earlier this morning the Strength Alerts newsletter wasn't updating for some reason. Still had last week's letter. Let's see if it's up to date now. Okay, it is up to date now, so that's good news. Here's the Strength Alerts, guys. If I were you, I'd make it a best practice to check this channel out every week. There's always 5 new stocks added each week. Stocks that pass our algorithm that identifies unique setups for swing trades. Do they guarantee profits? Of course not. Nobody can guarantee profits. But the back tests and the forward tests over the last 5 years that we've done on the TI Strength algorithm, the results are nothing short of astounding. And so basically, the back tests that we've run, and we're not saying you have to trade these ideas the same way, but the back tests we have run are based on entering all 5 new stocks at the open on Monday morning, basically market buy at the open, right? And holding those stocks all the way until the open the following Monday. So basically a 5-day hold, or 7-day hold, I guess if you count the weekend. On the following Monday, you exit these 5 names at the open and then enter the new 5 names. So you're always rotating into new names every Monday morning. Now, again, we're not saying that that's how you should trade, that you might have better results if you hold these trades longer or add your own stop loss parameters to it. But if you had just simply done what we've done, the results are phenomenal. In fact, I'll share the link in here. You can see the results. Let's see, here it is. I'm going to share the link TI Strength Alerts. You can check it out here. Now, for those of you who are already software subscribers to Trade Ideas, you don't need to pay any extra for this. It's included in your subscription. You just go to the Strength Alerts channel found in your channel bar, and you'll come right here. You'll get the 5 alerts. You'll get the newsletter that'll describe it. Everything's good. If you are not a Trade Ideas software subscriber, then at that link above where we show the performance, you can also subscribe to a standalone newsletter. It's just $17 a month, and you'll get all the picks and you'll get the rationales behind the trades, and you're good to go. So check it out. David, yeah, I got some ambient sound going on in the background today. I was just kind of feeling in the zone this morning. Just wanted some quiet ambient music as I was doing some active trading this morning, and sometimes I just find that the ambient music is what I need, and today was one of those days. So yeah. I didn't realize it was loud enough you guys can hear it. Kev, you're in Buffalo, New York. Wow, that's my hometown. I don't know if we've talked about this. I know you've been in these sessions before. But Buffalo's my hometown. Born and raised. I mean, I haven't lived there since 1998. It's been a long time. But born and raised, graduated from high school, graduated from college in UB in Buffalo. Go Bills, baby. Go Bills. CA Summers. You don't want to... If you can YOLO your life savings into the Strength Alerts if you'd like. I don't recommend it. But who am I to tell you to not live your best life? Go for it. Well, right on, Kev. I'm an Amherst High School graduate, and I went to University of Buffalo. Got my degree in marketing from the University of Buffalo, the most useless degree offered in the School of Management. It was the easiest way through business school. In fact, I think you're in this thing most weeks. A couple weeks ago, I had taken the day off. Didn't do this because I was back in Buffalo. Took a little vacation visiting some family. I still have a lot of family in Buffalo. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you got questions about the Trade Ideas, let's have them. Let's have them. Bill spent a lot of time in Tonawanda. Right on. My mother lives in Tonawanda now. Like I said, I grew up in Amherst, but my mother had remarried after I left the house. Many years later after I left the house, and she remarried and moved just a few miles away over to Tonawanda. All right. Let's see what Holly's doing today. Any good trades in the Holly AI? Ooh, what's this one? Well, that would have been a tricky. Oh boy, you had to have balls of steel to step in front of the freight train and short this stock. Wow. But Holly did. Although it looks like she got stopped out in the moderate and conservative modes. So entered here and quickly got stopped out. That's bad news. But if you had balls of steel and held through that, you'd be sitting on a very nice winner today. But that's one of those trades I don't recommend doing at home. You know, it's funny. Since we were talking about my music just a moment ago, I try to keep the music a little bit quieter because a few months ago I had some music playing in the background, and I don't know if it's because I mentioned who it was or what, but I had the music playing and it was subtle, quiet. But then like the next day, we got a letter or an email from Google. Asking us to take the video down or something because of copyright infringement on the music that we were playing, which was crazy. I don't know, they must have some kind of sweet algorithm that figures that stuff out. It's not like we were just playing the music and streaming it live for everybody. It was quietly playing in the background. I was talking over it. I think I mentioned the band's name, so maybe that's what caught their attention. Who knows? Anyway, so try to keep the music down. Well, let's take a little spin into our favorite meme stocks. What's GME doing? GME, man, that daily chart, it's like, I mean, it's slow bleeding, but man, it's still hanging at just unbelievable levels. It's unbelievable to anybody except the apes that thing is still holding on the way it is. It's crazy. AMC, what's that doing? Kind of the same story. What are some of the other ones? COS. Nobody seems to care about that one anymore, or a lot less. I haven't traded these names, but they're certainly interesting. They certainly give me something to watch throughout the day. Yeah, we got some bigger names in the TI strength this week. Let's go back to that channel real quick. I know Facebook was one of those names. That's a big name. What do we got? We got Facebook. We got Autodesk, Akamai, Yeti. I mean, these are all household names. Skechers even. I mean, geez. I think I've got products from every one of these companies in my house except maybe Akamai. I know my wife uses an Autodesk product of some kind. I think my son has a pair of Skechers. I know I've had a pair of Skechers in the past. I'm not wearing any right now. Yeti, we got a bunch of Yeti mugs in the house. And of course, everyone uses Facebook, except not me. I deleted my Facebook account last year. If anyone of you saw the Social Dilemma on Netflix. I had already been leaning towards getting rid of my Facebook for a while. I was leaning, I just needed a reason. And then I saw Social Dilemma and I said, oh, that's the catalyst I needed. And I've been out of Facebook ever since. It just wasn't adding any value to my life. Well, you know, the price range in the SPY, if we're just looking at the SPY, price action, as you can see, especially in the last 3 weeks, has been kind of all over the map, right? It's been tricky. It's been tricky. I mean, unless you're only a intraday scalper, you know, holding positions in and out throughout the day. I mean, any kind of swing trader or even investor has had a tough go of it over the last 3 weeks. I mean, those have been some wild price swings, and anybody who's using prudent risk management and using stop loss orders, you likely got stopped out of a lot of good positions. I mean, I could tell you, I mentioned it earlier. 6 weeks ago, I had 35, maybe 40 open swing trades, and all of them got stopped out during this muck a couple weeks ago, which was a bummer because some of them have continued on to do great things. I think Morgan Stanley was one of them. Morgan Stanley, I got stopped out. I think I was probably the low tick right there. Low tick and then zoom. But, you know, that's the price you pay for not getting killed. Well, Grant, I'm sort of with you. I mean, I don't really feel strongly either way about who Facebook is and what they stand for. All I know is that it wasn't adding any value to my life. In fact, it was subtracting value from my life, so I got rid of it. That's it. Maybe I'm just getting older and grumpier these days, but I don't know. I seem to value my headspace more than anything, more than ever. And anything that gets me distracted away from the things that bring value to my life, I don't have time for it anymore. And Facebook was one of those things. Instagram as well. Got rid of Instagram. And I used to love Instagram. But got rid of that too. Still keep Twitter though. Twitter's very useful to me. Twitter, I find that I can curate it the way I need it to be done so that it's useful to me. So I'm still very active on Twitter. You guys can all follow me there if you'd like. I'm Chicago Sean at Chicago Sean. I'll put my thing there. anybody would like to follow me. I'm not saying I'm a worthwhile follow. I might not be everybody's cup of tea, but I mostly tweet about stocks and banal, sarcastic things. And then once football season gets underway, I'll tweet about college football. Those are about the 3 things I cover. Stocks and sports. So folks, I haven't had a good question come through in a while. There's 75 of you live here in the room right now. So I promise if there's a question you're sitting on and you're maybe shy to ask it, or you think it's too much of a beginner question or too much of an advanced question, I promise you if you ask that question, there's going to be somebody else, including you, who will benefit from the answer. So please throw a question in and let's see if we can tackle it. And if you see anything on my layout that looks interesting to you, you're wondering what it is or how it works or how I can tweak it, feel free to chime in. I mean, I'll just kind of give you a quick overview of this is the main layout that I keep open throughout the trading day. On the upper right, I just have like a general 15-minute chart of the SPY. It always stays on this right here. I just like to know what the market's doing overall. And then on the far, or I should say the bottom right, I got 2 top lists. This is the stocks that have moved the most up since the open of trading. So I don't care about, what the total up or down is, including overnight gap. I care about what the move has been intraday since the opening bell. So you can see this ATIP is up almost 15% since the open. So the stock's actually down quite a bit today, but since the opening print, it opened around 471, it's up 15%, not bad. And then flip side down here, these are stocks that are down the most since the open. So here's one that this thing just got cratered at the open, right? So I like to keep these windows open. It just shows me stocks that are on the move. I'll often catch the big movers popping up here first. Then I got an all-time highs alert window here. This alerts me to whenever a stock makes a new all-time high, and I'm happy about this because I actually have a position on. I got an options position on in IT. So this makes me happy to see new all-time high. Beautiful. And so as new all-time highs print, they'll pop up here in my alert window. I don't always trade them or act on them, but I do like to know what's making highs, so I can maybe get a sense of what sectors are hot, or if there's just a lot of all-time highs being made. That's informative as well. And then I got this top list here, just showing me some data on my open positions. So my open positions that you see over here. This has them just sorted by their 20-day range. Conrad, what's the meaning of life? I'll let you know when I find out. CA says, how can we see the highest volume stocks within a specified time frame, such as the past minute or 2? I don't think we could isolate them on that short of a time frame, but let's check it out. Let's go to my TI menu bar here. I'm going to open up a top list window. I'm going to start from scratch. Let's go to our volume filters. And let's see. Let's scroll through here. Volume 5 minutes. I mean, this is going to show you stocks sorted by the highest change in volume over the last 5 minutes. That might be something that could help you. Actually, you know what? That's not correct. It's going to show you stocks. Like if I add this filter, right? Add this filter and do a minimum of 200. And I hit this right here. Show me stocks with a volume in the last 5 minutes is at least 200% of normal. So it's comparing the last 5 minutes of volume compared to the average volume for a 5-minute period. So that's not exactly what you're looking for. You're looking to be compared to the previous 5 minutes, right? I don't think we can do that. Nope, we cannot. This is the entirety of our volume-related filters here. Now, that said, let's close this out, CA. One thing you might want to experiment with is go to open up an alert window, start from scratch, and then let's go to search and let's type in volume. But now we're going to use some alerts. You might want to play around with this either 1 minute volume spike or a high relative volume alert. Either one of these might alert you to a stock that's popping on volume right now. Play around with those. I'm not saying it's going to give you exactly what you're looking for, but it might get close. Yeah, Cristino. I'm an SEC college football fan also. The Florida Gators are my team, but I could watch any SEC matchup. I enjoy it all. I mean, I could really enjoy any top 25 matchup on a college football Saturday, but I definitely lean towards the SEC. Okay, NDT Expert. I'm trying to build a custom formula, and I am unable to find something that outputs the closing price of candle 1 minute, 2 minute, etc. Okay, well, NDT Expert, I am not the expert on custom formulas. My brain does not think in computer code. I am not the custom formula guy. So we do have a couple of custom formula experts on staff who will be more than happy to help you. The best thing to do, NDT experts, is send an email. I'll put the email address in here, info@trade-ideas.com. Send an email, tell them exactly what you're trying to do. Try to give as many details as possible to help them out. And the more details you can give, the faster they'll get back to you. But generally speaking, if it's during business hours, our team will likely get back to you in short order. If it's outside business hours, it might take till the next day. But Mr. Expert, you've hit the non-expert when it comes to custom formulas. I don't use them. I don't have a need for them. So send your question there, and it'll make sure you'll get answered properly. Okay, Conrad, how can I put a chart that is not linked to the others? Like my SPY chart up here, right? You notice I have a SPY chart. So check this out. If I'm over in these charts here to my left, if I change the ticker to say Facebook or Twitter, any other stock, you'll notice that these two charts change. But this is still sitting on SPY. How did I do that? Well, what you need to do is you need to unlink the chart. So by default, whenever you open a new chart window, and by the way, if you don't know how to do that, how you open any window on Trade Ideas is you go to your TI menu bar, you hit New, you hit Chart Window, and by default, any chart window that opens, it's going to be linked. And what that means is anytime I click a symbol on my platform, so let's say I click this SNPX, when I click that, all my linked charts will update. See, now I got SNPX on all three of these charts. But if I want this to be unlinked and be static like that SPY chart on my upper right there, all I need to do is right click in the chart, go to Properties and Symbol Linking. I want to uncheck Symbol Linking. So see, there's a check there now. But if I click it, that will remove the check, and I can confirm by just going in here again, right click, go to Properties, and now you'll see Symbol Linking is unchecked. Now check this out. Oops, I covered my chart by accident. So here it is. Here's my chart. Now watch, if I click on a different symbol over here, let's click on Gbox, you'll notice, or ZY I clicked on. These two charts updated to ZY, but this one still stayed on SNPX. If I click on MBI, those two changed MBI, but this one still stayed on SNPX. So all you gotta do is just right click, go to Properties, and turn off Symbol Linking. And then you'll have a static chart. If you wanna turn it dark, like I've got that SPY chart, you could do that too. Just go to Properties and choose Dark Theme. See that? And now it's a black chart. Okay? Conrad, I hope that answered your question. Good question. And by the way, my criteria for a good question is a question that I can answer. You're welcome, Conrad. Glad I was able to answer you. So folks, I got about 15 minutes left to hang with you. So, and I make this announcement every session when we start getting towards the end. But if you're a first time here in this live Q&A, we do these every trading day, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. We do it for 1 hour. We have a rotating cast of experts that host the session. I typically do Mondays. On Tuesday, we typically have Michael. On Wednesday, it's Steve Gomez. On Thursday, it's Jamie Hodge. On Friday, it's Andy Lindloff. Chris Varley will mix in once in a while to fill for somebody who needs a day off or a week off for some reason. So we always have different people on. And every one of us has multiple decades of trading experience. We all have different levels of experience. We all trade differently. We have different styles. We use the platform in different ways, so you can get different perspectives even on just Trade Ideas software itself from all the different people here that host the live Q&A. So all that is to say, if you got the time and you got the bandwidth and you're free at noon Eastern or 9 a.m. Pacific, wherever you're at, why not tune in to the Trade Ideas live Q&A and get your questions asked if you have any, or there's a good chance that somebody might ask a question about a feature on the platform that you're not quite familiar with or didn't even know you could use it in that way. And that alone will be well worth your time. So there you go. And if this is your first time here, bookmark this YouTube link that you're at right now. Bookmark this URL, save it so you can come back anytime, click on one, enter with one click. And when we're not doing the live Q&A, on this channel, the rest of the trading day, we're live streaming the free Trade Ideas trading room hosted by Barry Einerson. Barry is a real trader trading real money using Trade Ideas software to guide his every market decision. So it's a great way to look over the shoulder of an actual trader putting his money to work and see how he uses Trade Ideas. And, he'll take your questions. You can type your questions in the chat panel just like you're doing here with me. Now, he's got 700 people or so in his trading room, so he might not be able to answer every question. But he's got the patience of a saint. And he's very good at being very helpful with people and answering questions. So remember this link. Come here anytime during trading hours, and there'll always be something streaming here that you can hopefully benefit from. Excuse me one sec while I tend to a urgent matter coming into me over the interwebs. Okay, all good. Crisis averted, as they say. All right, guys, I'm going to go a little quiet here for a minute. I'm here, but I'm just waiting on questions. So whoever's got a question, I am here for you as best as I can be. Oh, you know what? I'm going to get rid of this docked layout channel in my channel bar, which, by the way, if you ever want to get rid of any of these custom channels in your channel bar, just simply go to the gearbox, click Edit Custom Channels, select the one I don't want anymore, hit Delete Channel, and then Apply, and it's all gone. It's like that old South Park episode, and it's gone. Barry's got the coolest job ever, but there's no way I could do it. You and me both, Kev. I cannot do what Barry does. He live streams all day long. I don't know where he finds the strength. And he's older than me. Not to throw him under the bus, but he's older than me. I don't know where he finds that energy to do that all day long. He's also a far more active trader than I am all day long. He does a lot more trading than I do. Intraday, I think. I have a few days where I get busy with trades, but on average, I'm always trying to do less. That's the sweet spot for me. Less is more. Keep it simple, stupid. But yeah, Barry's great. He's a sweetheart of a man. Hopefully you all get a chance to meet him in person someday. He lives up in Vancouver, Canada, eh? He's been locked up there during this quarantine. They won't let him across the border. So we've had no chance to see him. Hopefully that ends soon. Hi, Mr. L. Frazier. First day. Please explain the Holly AI. Neo is best? Well, let's see. How can I explain this best? I'll give you kind of the elevator pitch of what the Holly AI is. Let's click on an AI channel here. First, we'll go to the Holly Grail. Why the Holly Grail? Well, because this was the first channel we launched back in 2017. So basically what the Holly AI is it's a collection of algorithms. I think there is about 70 algorithms that make up the AI. And all these algorithms are continuously updated every night. I hesitate to use the word optimized, but we can say optimized if we want. Basically, the strategies are all strategies that have been created in-house by the traders here at Trade Ideas. And the strategy gets thrown into the system, and then it takes on a life of its own. Because every night, the AI engine is running extensive back tests on all 70 strategies and getting into the details of how each one performed. And essentially, we'll look at a strategy and say, all right, well, strategy XYZ did this, did well, but boy, every stock that it was under $20 a share, it seemed to lose money on it. So maybe that strategy shouldn't trade stocks sub $20 anymore. And so the AI will make a tweak to the strategy and filter out stocks under $20. And then now the strategy is improved and it'll go forward out into the world. And it does this over 40 or so parameters for every strategy. And it does it every night. Now, if you and I were to do this by hand, running back tests on our strategies and looking into the details and figuring out how we can improve it, if we did this by hand, it would take us probably 2 weeks. Well, the AI engine does it every night over the course of a couple of hours. And so, after every strategy has been optimized, the next step the AI does is it determines what type of market environment we are in. Are we in a bullish market environment? Are we in a bearish market environment? Is it a high volume or low volume environment? Is it volatile? It takes all these data points into the soup and it decides, okay, based on the type of market environment that I've determined that we're in, when I say I mean the AI engine, it will say, okay, since we're in this type of market environment, then I will recommend, in this case on my screen here, I recommend these 3 strategies to be the active strategies today. So one of them is a short strategy, the bond shorty, and then 2 of them are long, a nice chart, and yesterday hammer, today strength. These are the names of the strategies. Now, this is a pretty low amount of strategies. Typically, we'll have 5 or 6 or 7 strategies active that make the cut every day. But each day, when you come in, you'll see the strategies that are active, and throughout the day, these strategies will send us trades. Now, in this window here, this is where you would see all the open trades. As you can see, there's nothing in here. There's no active open trades at this time. But when a new trade happens, it'll pop in here. You'll get a little audio alert. It'll show up. You'll see it. And then if you want to follow along, you can choose to follow along and make that trade yourself. All right. Down here shows all the closed trades today. So there were 3 short trades, all from the bond shorty strategy. And these are the trades and the results. So far, not that great of a day unless you did the aggressive, but I don't recommend that. So that's kind of a high-level overview of the Holly Grail. Now, the Holly Grail channel was the original Holly Grail. Okay, so when we first launched AI in 2017, we only had 1 channel, and it was this channel. Later on, we added Holly 2.0, which is essentially the same thing as Holly Grail, except it's a little bit more aggressive. So if you can stomach a more volatile return stream, then Holly 2.0 might be the one for you. Higher risk, yet higher potential reward, right? Now the Holly Neo channel is a little bit different. What's different with the Neo channel is that, I'm opening it up here, it is always the same 4 strategies every week. It's always the breakdown short, the breakout long, the pullback long, the pullback short. It's always those same 4 strategies every day. Now, I can't sit here and tell you, Mr. Frazier, that any one of these channels is better than the other, because it's going to be different for everybody. But I can give you a little inside baseball. The inside baseball is the guys here at Trade Ideas who use Holly for trading. they prefer the Neo channel. Now, I'm not saying that that's the one you should use, but they like the Neo channel. It's the most aggressive of the channels. The return stream is much more volatile. So know that going in. If you're fully comfortable with more volatile ideas, then the Neo channel might be the one for you. Like I said, the guys here, they prefer the Neo. That's all I can tell you on that. All right, folks, we are hitting the home stretch here. I got about 4 minutes left to hang out with you. So I'm going to issue last call for questions. If there's something burning a hole in your head, now's your chance. Otherwise, you either got to wait till tomorrow and come back and have who's tomorrow? Michael, have Michael answer the question for you, or try to get Barry to answer for you during the live trading room. But yeah, last call for questions, guys, and then I'm going to pass it back to old Barry, and he'll take you all the way to the close. Excellent, Mr. Tuber. I guess I need to watch that video too. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, but back to YouTuber. That docking stuff will be pretty cool once we've got that dialed in and make it a little bit more intuitive for everybody. The original the problems that we're having right now with it, we shouldn't say problems, but the functionality that it can do, some of the functionality is not as intuitive as we'd like it to be yet. It's not immediately obvious to users how to get what they want. So we're working on that. We're trying to dream up different ways to make it easier and easier. So once you open it, you're just like, oh, okay, yeah, I know how this works. Like that's the goal, right? That's what we want. We want to make it as easy as possible. Gajanan. Sorry, no, I totally butchered your name there. I'm not sure about the bullish engulfing. Let me see here. See if we've got something out of the box. I don't think we do, but let's just check this out. Engulfing. Oh, there we go. I spoke too soon. So we do have some bullish and bearish engulfing alerts here, but nothing beyond 15 and 30 minutes. Yeah. This is the entirety of the alerts that we offer. So if you're looking for any time frame beyond 30 minutes, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to help you with that. And you know what? It's really geared towards intraday traders, right? So anything beyond 30 minutes for an intraday trader is, it's going to be too much. I mean, that's why it's 5, 10, and 15 minute segments there. But Mr. Gajanan, if you would like something larger than that, I'm not promising it can be done, but send us an email. Send us an email to the support team, and they will make sure it gets routed to the development team. Because look, we're always taking suggestions from the audience of new features we can add, and they do get thrown into a priorities list, and we try to develop these things as time and resources allow. And if we got a lot of people asking for, say, 60-minute engulfing alerts, that will get raised on the priority list, and so who knows, might get done sooner than you think. I shared it earlier, but I'll put it in here again. info@trade-ideas.com would be the place to send that email, and hopefully we can help you out. All right, folks, I've reached the end of my time. Barry is locked and loaded, ready to go. So thanks for spending time with me. Thanks for all the great questions. And now I'm going to put you in the good hands of the one and only Barry Einerson. Take care, everybody, and thanks, Barry.
And Lex is halted on the way up. What do they do? Just, all right, we're getting some action now, guys. We are getting action now. So the high looking left on Friday, it's above that now, 650, way above that, and lots of volume coming in. Only 4 million in the float for Lex, LEXX. Yeah, look at it. Yeah, this is exactly what it did last, I guess that is Wednesday, yes. Terrible pullback though. I mean, 12:45 and it closed, dropped a third. But hey, something's happening now. Man, okay. Again, I'm just kind of waiting on this bid-ask to see if it has any way of following through. And again, it's probably the float, 121 million. I know I keep saying this, but I mean, there's a huge difference between BTBT and bid-ask is the float. How is LCID doing? Not bad. I mean, what did it got up to? Almost a little over 29. Closed at 24 something on Friday when it was CCIV. So, not bad. All right, with time, this is what I'm doing. I'm sticking an alert up around 195 and see if it happens later on in the day. It takes that out, comes right back, takes that out, because it does have some room. It's a big float, 113. It's a lot like the bid-ask, not the same sector, of course, but it's a little bit like that. The high is 230, looking left on the monthly and the weekly. So it has a little bit of, actually I'm wrong. That's right, I am wrong. That's almost exactly where it stalled on the weekly chart. Right in this area here. So it may not have enough oomph to get it through this because of that float. Meanwhile, PCG is just cascading downwards. Saw that one right around here. Wow. Okay, Lex just opened. LEXX just opened, and so it halted at 734. So it did not pop on the halt. There's where it halted. However, keep it. I was just going to say keep an eye on it, taking this out. And look what happened. I mean, that just not only, oh, it just screamed right through that. telling you guys, we got a lot of we got a lot of afternoon action now. No, now this just took a, I had an alert set here. This is the high of Thursday. All right, I'll be right back. Boy, oh boy. Well, this turned into a spectacular one. Seriously. 575 on the alert, 658 now, and rising. This used to be the definitely the most volatile one to trade in the Bitcoin arena because of that float. You know, you look at Mara. Yeah, see, Mara's got 91 million. I think Riot is about the same. So that's why this BTBT, Riot's got 82 million. Yeah, so that's why BTBT, you know, when crypto gets flying, this is the one that, you know, you really got to watch because of the float. Okay, so a bid F is just not even remotely like the other one. I love this gold ore mining, but it's a Bitcoin play. Yeah, no kidding. It is ripping faces. I mean, it really, I'm surprised. I am surprised. And especially when it did this, I thought, okay. It just goes to show, guys. I mean, look, the option scan, any scanner really, any scanner that gives you alerts, is a watch, can be used like a watch list. Okay, so the fact that we had the alert here at BTBT early, and then it got all the way down to 5. I mean, that looked to me like it was going to be over. But all you do is really, put an alert at the 575, and look what happened. About 2 hours later, it hit it, and then from there, it has just run huge percentage wise. Oh, there's no question. There's no question this is overblown. And it's short. It is shortable for us. 350,000 shares. But where is it going to turn? that's the issue. Maybe now it's just under 7 now. There's the 8 EMA in the 2-minute chart. To be really conservative, wait for that to break. I mean, I don't know where this is going. You guys can hear me in YouTube, right? Or Sean? I don't think Sean is still there. Okay, thank you, thank you. Well, guys, this might be the turn. Just underneath 7, hanging under 7. Or not. Wow, this is not, yeah, that's not a turn yet. Yeah, everything is docked for me now, Mort for short. Yeah, everything is docked. This window here is all docked. I've got my charts all docked. Everything is docked. All right. Well, I guess wait for another break of 6 or something, or 7, because this is still pretty strong. I'm going to stick in a little around 692. See if that might turn it. Well, again, you want to be super conservative. There's the 8 EMA on the 2-minute chart is rising, rising, rising. You want to be conservative and let that break. That might be, you're going to give up a little bit, but that might be a better signal that it's finally turning down. Well, I'd like to see a 7 break for sure. Look at that rising 8 EMA. It's getting closer and closer. Well, still hanging tough over 7. I'm just waiting for a big break underneath 7. May not happen. Mm-hmm. Well, considering, let's take a look at Bitcoin. Let's take a look at GBTC and see what it's doing. Yeah, I mean, it's not, BTBT is trading on its own. I mean, there's a Bitcoin move right there, but look what's happened over the last little while. Certainly not the same for BTBT. So it is trading on its own. But you would think if this drops, it's going to have a big drop. Sorry guys, I'm just fixated on this BTBT. Neuro, what's happening with Neuro? Is it on the way up or on the way down? NURO, I'm just hearing it trigger. Oh, it's obviously on the way down. Neuro on the way down. Boy, I mean, this could have another liftoff phase if it keeps basing here, BTBT. If it keeps basing here like this, and then get some volume, another big volume burst in here. I mean, this could have, let's take a look at where it got to. It got to 728. The next high looking left is 745. So, Well, 748 is certainly the next high looking left. Now 745 is the next high looking left. If it takes that out, then 8 is the next high looking left. So if it somehow, well, it doesn't look like it's going to. That may be the death knell right here. Just got to take out 7. Takes out 7 in a fairly big way. I think that could do it. I mean, your next area is way down here at 630 for potential support. But it's got a mind of its own. Guys, I'm just trying to concentrate on this to see if this is indeed a last gasp or is it another move up. Boy, oh boy, it is still strong. Look at that. Look at the move. Look at the move. Look at the volume coming in. Now, look at that ADMA. That ADMA is caught up now. Okay, man, what did I say? 745? Did I say I said 745, right? That's the next high looking left. And the volume, yeah, the volume is coming in. Look at the 5-minute. Yeah, it takes out 750. Look out. I mean, then 8 is the next high looking left, I believe. 8. 799 is the next high looking left. Well, There it goes. All right, I guess I can put a big... I think I can put a big check mark on that one. Wow. 575, 771 now. I was not in this early, guys. You know, I was waiting for a 6 break. And I meant every word. Good luck with that. My dog's getting excited. All right, well, listen, keep an eye on the LAXX. I mean, racing nicely under 8. Got some topping tails to deal with, but you get some volume. Look at the volume. I mean, now remember I was saying this is the biggest, excuse me, this is the biggest volume bar of the day on the 15-minute candle. Sharp, right there. I mean, here's the opening candle. Puny compared to these ones. Well, you know, maybe now, but I don't know. I mean, there's a big topping tail right there, but still the volume is still coming in. Meanwhile, on the way down is NURO. Yeah, yeah, people are panicking, but of course they're covering. Keep an eye on the Lex, guys. I mean, this is classic, okay? Absolutely classic the way it's basing here. And if it gets any volume at all and pops through 8, don't be surprised if it starts attacking this area up here. So what have an alert set for. I'm going to put an alert for 806. See if it takes out 8 number 1. But as always, it's got to do it on volume. Now, look at that float, 4 million in the float. So it certainly wouldn't take a lot of volume to move it. There's the 5/8 that William is talking about right here. Okay, so this is a kind of this is a cannabis play. Man, BT not over yet. Not over yet. Wow. And guys, Lex. Okay, that was brief. Okay, that was brief. The volume came in. I have to admit, the volume did come in on the 2, a little bit on the 5. You can just kind of see that. Let's see if it takes it out again on and get that keep increasing that volume for the LAXX. Oh, there's William, right on cue. Pitbull. I'm waiting for your crazy spready one with no volume. Keep an eye on the Lex, guys. Don't lose sight of the Lex. All right, well, I'm just waiting for another one. Just a minute, please. Well, you know what, Lex? This is turning into a good short now for William. Look at all these topping tails. There's no shorts available for us at Interactive Brokers. This is beautiful though. You want to see a great bunch of topping tails pointing out that now it's over. This is it for a while anyway. As opposed to BTBT, which is not even close to being over. Wow. Well, I waited for the 6, right around 6, Becca. I did not take it at 575. I was not a believer. Definitely not a believer in it. Especially when I was watching the other Bitcoin plays and they weren't really doing anything. So I thought, you know what? It's not. But this is just completely and utterly trading on its own. But that's why we wait. The Lex, there was just a part of me that's going, wow, right there, maybe. But you know what? I just wanted to keep waiting to see how well it broke over 8 briefly. It went up and down immediately. I don't think there was even a chance to get it in over 8. It went up and down so quickly. So I was just waiting for the next break of 8, and it didn't happen. NXTD, isn't this wasn't this, didn't this turn into a crypto play at some point? NXTD? Yeah, so look at the volume coming in, guys. Look at the volume. Look at the 200-day moving average. Right at $1. Takes this out. Look out. This could be another one, guys. Okay, guys, it's just over $1. I don't typically play these ones, but you can see exactly what's going to happen. People are going to look for another crypto play that's cheap. And probably don't get too many this cheap. And it's through the 200-day now. All right, guys, man, look at the volume coming in. This is not a super low float, not crazy high, but it's not super low. I don't know about that, but NXTD guys, I mean, this is awesome. Doesn't trade it does trade options. And it did show up in the option scanner. I didn't even, wow. It does trade options. I'm surprised something this cheap, but hey. So you gotta, don't be afraid to trade these. SOS is another one. I just don't see it popping up. Somebody said, what about SOS? I mean, guys, great percentage move over a dollar up to 120. You guys can probably do some quick math on that one. So look where it got to. It got to 120. The next high looking left is 119. And so if it somehow can take that out, then the next high is way up here at 145. I'm talking about the NXTD. No, even this one is trying to come back, this bid F. It's trying to come back. Got all the way down to 396. It is coming back. It's just that float, that big, big, big float. Oh, man. All right, let's take a look at some of the other ones in the sector. So there, yeah, Riot and Mara, a little, I can't believe I'm saying this, more traditional crypto plays. So I guess the B Word Summit last week did have some, some drive in it in terms of driving the price up. The word I was looking for was impact. had impact. It's kind of delayed impact. Well, it did break down through finally that ADMA right there at 787. for Bitcoin, for BTBT, right there. Did I ever? Yeah, GRNQ. I've heard of it before. Well, heard of it. I've seen the symbol before. Oh man, are you kidding me? What are you gonna do here? Bit F? Are you kidding me? Are you gonna force me to try to take you? What's the high here? 446, 447, 431, 423. Look at all these little highs here. It's been a while since we've had a day like today for the crypto stocks. Oh my, look at NXTD, guys. I mean, on a percentage basis from 104 to 127 and who knows where. I didn't take this one. I can't bring myself to taking this one, the bit F. Probably to my but the NXTD, wow. I mean, there's a 30% move off the alert and on tremendous volume. You know, it's funny. It just goes to show. You know, I didn't think anything was really going to happen out of the option scanner today. The first two were, yeah, but my goodness. So again, don't be forget to trade these things, guys. Right? I can't tell you when to get out or when to take off some, but you've got to be careful. But look at BTBT. I mean, that came right back up. Wow. I wonder if this is a meme play. I don't. I just don't know. I have no idea on the buy again. I mean, now we're. Let's see. The next high looking left of the monthly is shoot. It's not going to show me. I mean, there's the 200 day way up there. The next high looking left on the daily. Okay, so 1008 is the next high looking left on the monthly. Let's think it's going to get there, of course. On the daily, 849 is the next high. And then 844, 849, and then 921. So again, if it gets through, remember saying that at 750. If it can get through 850, look out. I mean, it's still got room. All right, let's take a look at GRNQ. GRNQ, that's another cheap one. Yeah, another cheap one. No, I can't remember. Is this a Bitcoin play also? Another crypto? Okay. I thought so, but you can never tell with these profiles. Exactly, real. I mean, you're just whew, okay, guy. Wow, almost 2 o'clock. This has been an exciting afternoon. I mean, there's no exciting. We're seeing this time and again, guys. Time and again. Okay, I'll be right back. All right. $11.21. Sure, why not? Remember this one early on, guys, IKT. This was a super high flyer all the way up to $3. And it is shortable too. All-time low. This is the all-time low for IKT, I think. 220. So it's almost at that all-time low. Crazy, isn't it? Listen, I mean, look at the enthusiasm for this one in the pre-market, IKT. It did have some news about Parkinson's. But, I mean, the market just saying, man, we don't care. You know, guys, I mean, I'm somewhat joking, but if you're new to trading, you could almost wait until 1 o'clock. Okay? Look, you get the tremendous moves in the first half hour, 45 minutes, but it can be so whippy. What I'm starting to find, I mean, over the last several months anyway, maybe even longer, I don't know, is that the ones that start moving in the afternoon have a little bit more of a trend to them. Doesn't mean they're going to continue higher until the end of the day, but at least they have more of a 45 minutes hour trend in them. It's all you need, for these ones that absolutely rip. All right, guys. So for those of you who are maybe somewhat interested in trade ideas and wondering what it's all about, and you're watching us do all this, I'm just going to pop this link in here. All right, so there is the test drive link. So again, when you click on the link, this is what you're going to see. This is the test drive, okay? So when you sign up today, if you sign up today, what you're doing is you're pre-registering. You will not get data until August the 9th. So please don't ask our support people, saying, hey, I just signed up for the test drive. Where's my data? Please just read it, okay? It doesn't start until the 9th. Runs through the 20th. Those are 10 trading days. It'll cost you $11.11. You'll have access to our full premium service. Okay, so if you ever wondered about trade ideas, we don't have free demos or free trials. This is about as close as you're going to get. So for $11.11 for 2 weeks, and it starts on the 9th. So again, if you sign up today, you're just pre-registering. EXPR, okay, well that was definitely a meme stock back in the day, January. Let's see what happens. Yeah, some great volume coming in, EXPR. Look at that nice break on the daily. Next high's looking left. You got a high here at 575. What's the price? 547 now. So you got a high at 575. You got a high at 593. So you got a little bit of, stuff to get through. Gets through 6 though. And it's not a low float, not crazy high. So today was the day for cryptos, and at the beginning of the day, anyway, I don't know what they're doing now, but at the beginning of the day, bounce plays for the China stocks. Haven't really looked at them. Let's take a look at TAL as an example. Let's see what it's doing. Yeah, so this is, I know I said I didn't do it. Unfortunately, I didn't do it, but I kept saying I don't believe these bounces. I just don't believe it. Nothing has fundamentally changed. So for all the reasons why these were getting hit, they were they were all still in place. Just a matter of traders. Let's take a look at this, and then it sort of fuels a little bit of buying. But for all those reasons, they're still completely and utterly in place for the China stocks. Certainly for the China education stocks, and it's sort of filtering into other sectors. I guess people's wondering, well, if they can do it to the education sector, they, meaning the Chinese government, what could they possibly do, say, to the financial sector, TIGR, as an example. TIGR probably looks just like, yeah, look at that. I mean, there's the pop and the drop. Meanwhile, this is a video I did today. It was on the Easy Go, just to, we're talking about the reentries. And I think we're finally, after many years of asking, I think we're finally going to be able to do something along the lines of, well, if you only wanted to look at entries, you could do that. Reentries, you could do that. You never mind the initial alerts. I think sometimes they can be too. Well, first of all, we have to do something about these stops. I mean, they're just too tight. And some of these ones that these cheap ones that move fairly quickly, the stops are just too tight. All right, guys, I'm just everything slowed down. Where's the excitement? Though I'm hearing YINN. Oh, it's on the way down. YINN on the way down. Not that matters. You want to take a shot at a short or something. YINN. Oh, okay. This is the China Bull 3 times. Okay. See, there it is. Okay, the fact that I took out the earnings. So you're going to get the odd one. You're going to get the odd ETF. Maybe. I mean, if it gives up, Zach can't hear me, but if it gives up 8, that might get it running down. But I mean, it's still. Remember, this is what we saw. Saw this sort of right around here. No, right around here. No, I'm not. I don't believe this. I suppose I should. I don't know why I don't. But look at BITF. Okay, well, 430 and then 4. I'm not in this one. Well, guys, out of nowhere, the the strong option volume scan came through in a huge way. The only one that didn't work, and you could have had a little bit of a scalp on it was time, TYME. A little bit of a scalp on it, but I mean the rest of them. And that's what I'm talking about. Here's 104, 417, and of course 575 for the alerts. And I'm not in BITF, and it's nagging at me because it's a text to voice, and it keeps telling me every time it's making a new high. All right, guys. Let's see what's happening here. So the NXTD. So that looks like it's probably over. I mean, this was just a silly one. I mean, piggybacking on the BTBT, but take advantage of it. Meanwhile, what's the market doing? I haven't really paid attention. So the Dow's up a little, SPY's up a little, and Tech is down a little. So really not that much happening in terms of big moves. Wow, that LA, that's the only disappointing one. I was really thinking, it's not a crypto play, really thinking that boy, if that ever had taken out this area here, this could have just rocketed. But, oh, it is shortable now for... Oh yeah, okay, there's like 1,300 shares. Not that I'm going to take it now. And of course, when I say that, I'm just talking about interactive brokers. I can only speak for interactive brokers. I know when I looked here, there weren't any shorts available. At least I'm pretty sure there weren't. But you know, here's a big clue, guys. Remember, we talked about topping tails. So look at Lex. So even if you had waited, you know, look at this topping tail up here. So remember what it means. The buyers had this all the way up here to 850. Sellers knocked it down to 784. Buyers tried again. They got it up to 837. Sellers knocked it down to 776. Buyers tried one more time. They got it up to 821, and the sellers closed it way down here. Finally, the buyers just said, "Okay, forget it." For a while, anyway. You can have it, and I mean that's classic when people ask me about topping tails and bottoming tails. Great clues, and of course the reverse is true. If you had a series of big bottoming tails, where the sellers keep trying to knock it down and the buyers keep closing it up, eventually the sellers give up. So you get a couple in a row on a 15-minute chart. That's usually pretty significant. You know, 3 is just the icing. PRFX is halted, yes. Another one that was flying high on Thursday. Thursday. Wow, we're at 793. Excuse me, and another low float, slightly down for the day. When it opens, it's hard to know. I mean, it says 385 right now, so that may or may not be where it's going to open. Boy, guys, BTBT is just on a mission. Maybe it's going to be. Maybe it will get close to that 200-day moving average. Look at that 15-minute. This is what I'm talking about. Look at the trend. I mean, geez, just boom. I mean, look at the 2-minute chart. Minor little rest here. Little is pullback there. A little bit bigger pullback there. Rest. On the 5, I mean, pause there. Really no pullbacks whatsoever. TCAT. All right, this looks like it is, well, okay, could still be a 5-minute halt. 213, 218. So a little over 30 seconds for this to open if it's a 5-minute halt for PRFX. And here's another one just got halted, MKTY. What sort of volume did it have? MKTY just got halted. Not very much volume, but it'll pick up, of course, once it comes out of the halt. MKTY. Yeah, I don't know how to set up a cup and handle, okay? So what I would do is go to info@trade-ideas.com. One of the other traders may have an idea. I don't use that, so I really have no idea. Okay, so just go there and ask for a cup and handle scan. You know, when you think about this, so these were these are three. I don't know what this one is. Let me see. DNLI is what is it? Where are they out of? Okay, so these three are all China stocks, right? Yeah, these three are all China stocks. EZGO, BEKE, DAO, all China stocks. So yes, they were moving higher at the beginning of the day. But what did we keep saying? I said I didn't believe that they would keep doing it. I mean, it just looked like okay, they're having a bit of a bounce off the bottom. And so then the AI, got knocked out of the three of them at the beginning of the day. But look what happened afterwards. They turned around and probably did what a lot of us were expecting they would do. You know, because there was really no reason for the run up in any of these China stocks. Not that there has to be a specific reason, but so consequently, on re-entry, and these numbers are actually be a little bit better, but there's 28%, 10%, and 7% on the re-entry. Yeah, so I'm let me just show you. I mean, this is certainly not me. I'm not big on these. I mean, I put them on my charts. But there are a few things at play here. First of all, we talk about crosses. All right, so if the 80 EMA crosses above the 20 SMA, that could set up a long play. Okay, now that was Real would say that 20 SMA is more consolidation, but in principle, if the 80 EMA crosses above the 20 SMA, that can set up a long play. Conversely, if it crosses down below it can set up a short play. The other thing that I kind of pay attention to, if I can, let's say I wanted to short this EZGO, I'd probably be waiting to see if that 8 EMA right there, if it went below it, as an example, okay? And that's about the best I can do, or I can tell you. I can't remember what the other one was that we were waiting for. I think it was the BTBT, and I don't know if it ever really crossed down below it. There was one that I was waiting for. I mean, look at this. You see on the 5-minute, see that 8 EMA has not been crossed. Even the 2, I mean, right there a little bit, but nothing dramatic. So those are, a lot of people use the 8 EMA. It doesn't matter the time frame. The higher the time frame, obviously, the better the odds are it's going to work. But you're giving up more money, in theory, because obviously on a shorter time frame, you get across, but it may not be as solid. You might get some whipping action. So the 5 a little more solid, the 15 more solid, but you're giving up more money. But what you're giving up is maybe something that's a little more solid when you look at these crosses and also when the price crosses down below a certain moving average. I can't remember the one I was waiting for. I don't know if it was BTBT. Might have been BTBT. Now, just because it happens doesn't absolutely mean that it's going to work. Of course. Boy, this one, this INNB. I mean, there's a 200 day. This will be really interesting tomorrow to see if it continues down to that 200 day. Who knows? Maybe it'll hit it today. Random junks popping up, absolutely. Our specialty. Because one of the ways to try to use it, okay, especially maybe on the 2 minute chart, because it's always a challenge. I mean, we see these things that look like they're parabolic, and you think, okay, they've got to stall and then come down. So the trick is, okay, great, but where is it going to stall, and when is it going to start coming down? After the fact, you can see, I'm not talking about this one necessarily, but after the fact, you see, oh yeah, man, look at all those red candles. I wish I'd known about it, higher. Well, that's where maybe the 8 EMA on the 2 minute chart can help, okay, on the parabolic plays. And I'm just echoing real, okay. I mean, this is like I'm not able to pay as much attention to it as I probably could or would. But if I were looking for parabolic plays when they might turn, I'd be looking at the 2 minute, the 8 EMA and the 2 minute chart, and see if it crossed down below it. And that might, be the sign that okay, now it's going to continue down. I mean, there are other factors, of course, but that's probably one. At least it gets you interested. Yeah, I mean, you talk about junk coming out of the woodwork. I mean, this was just junk, NXTD. No reason. Just, tagging on crypto. It'll probably fade down below $1. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So, okay, BT. Now, this might be finally the turn, the big turn for BTBT. See, there's actually a cross right there. Look at this, a cross down on the 2-minute chart at about 8:10 or so. If you waited, you see how that 20 SMA is rising up to that 80 MA. So if you wanted to be a little more secure, you might want to wait for that cross instead of right there. I mean, listen, but this is early, I mean, this is what, yeah, if this keeps working down, then I mean, you're getting the alert around 8:15 as opposed to maybe at 7:90. But it may not be quite as secure. That's the issue. See, look how this is rising. That 20 SMA rising up to that 80 MA. See, I mean, it's not out of the woods yet. I mean, it still looks like it wants to get. Yeah, look at this. I mean, look at this. So this would be classic, okay, if in fact it just rips from here back up. This would probably be a good little. No, it might not now though. I wanted this to rip up just to show you that, yeah, you had the alert there, but maybe it wasn't quite as secure as getting an alert here on the 5. We'll have to see though if it can get back over 8. It being BTBT. D-nut. See, you can almost predict where, I mean, assuming this 20 SMA keeps rising, the cross might be around 780. It may not happen though. Boy, it's looking pretty tasty. Look at this, guys. I mean, this cross is almost imminent here. I mean, it may not happen. Yeah, but it is, wow, it's still pretty strong. Let's see if it takes out 8 again. No, wow. Yeah, it is still pretty strong. Okay, well, this is classic. So this is what I was talking about. So there was the cross up here at 8:15. Okay, so you could have taken it there. Yeah, it would have been okay. But not as secure as waiting for the 5-minute cross, which hasn't happened. Okay, it didn't happen. And now look at it. Maybe. All right, guys, it's 2:37, so definitely an exciting afternoon. So let me one last time just talk a little bit about my home page. Okay, so on my home page, lots of information. Save the link. You can take a look at this anytime you want. Then, if you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, right here. That's just one big wow, guys, on the BTBT. How cool was that? I found it very cool anyway. Talking about the different crosses and the different time frames, how one is, yeah, the 2-minute, you'll get in early, but it may not be as secure. I mean, this is just a perfect example of it. So if you want to be a little less risky, then, you wait for a 5-minute cross. The 2-minute can start to tell you, okay, keep an eye on a 5-minute. Never happened. And it's certainly not happening on a 15. I think that was awesome. Really. Anyway, so there, you want to take out a subscription. There's a promo code for you for 15% off, first month only, or the entire year. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon every day. All my scans. So these two sections. This is why I'm saying save my link. Here are my scans. Here are my scans. There we go. Here's my layout that you see. And here is the one, you should probably load this one. It's the one that gave you BTBT, NXTD, and BITF today. Moving higher with unusually strong options. And education. So if you're new to trade ideas, please take this, the 20 lessons. Shows you, how you create top lists, alert windows, etc. Daily support sessions between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday, 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all here. More educational videos, starting trade ideas from scratch. An AI, something about the AI. And back to basics, if you're really new to trading, this is for you. It starts off with what is a stock, okay? It's all free, trading ebooks, all this, everything is free. Obviously, you want my scans, of course you have to be a subscriber. But everything in these 3 sections, they're all free. Yeah, it's the Monday webinar, whatever that one is. We have the webinars Monday to Thursday, 5 o'clock Eastern Time. So you're obviously signed up for it. So you're getting must be getting some kind of an alert for it. How do I trade so calmly? Been doing it for a few years, I guess. Yeah, I guess that's it. Yeah, I've seen all sorts of different markets, different types of markets for sure. The other thing that has helped me immensely is not getting too upset if I miss something like this. Okay, now I did trade this one, but something else like that, I don't get upset anymore. Not upset, but I used to say, man, oh man, how could I miss this? There's never going to be another one like this, in history. Well, of course, with trade ideas, we always can find things that are moving. So it's just a matter of having some patience and waiting. Do we have a way to look at charts of multiple stocks without them switching? So I'm not 100% sure I know what you mean, unless you're talking about something like this, where, these are my thumbnail charts. Of course, they don't switch when I click on an alert. No, I can't see it. Okay, is that what you mean? Oh, okay, yeah. So there are only 2 options with our charts right now, okay? So if you right-click on a chart and go to Properties and then Symbol Linking. So it's either checked or it's not. So if it's checked, that's why these time frames all change, okay, to the same symbol, and that's why the SPY doesn't. I think he was talking about BTBT. I think he was. All right, guys. Well, we're starting to wind this down. I say I was shutting the room down at 3 o'clock. So, if you have any questions for me, now's the time. You can ask me questions all day long, of course, but if you've been shy because you think you're going to interrupt my trading or something like that, don't worry about that. But of course, now I'm basically done. So, now one thing I would do, if you guys are interested in after hours trading, so I'll be hopping on my bike right around noon. I'll be back before 1 o'clock. And that's when I start to scan for tomorrow for my watch list. But what I've also been looking at is, let me just show you. We have an after hours channel, okay? Now, it's not that I was wanting to trade after hours. I was just using this. This is our after hours channel, okay? I was just using this to find ideas for the next day. But I have been, if you get something like this, and this is the only thing I would do, I would maybe make a change. So here it is, most up and down post market. Of course, this is still it's going to show you stocks right now. Not sure why. Yeah, that's why. Okay, so it's not really, but after hours, what you're going to see is you'll see the post market volume and all. So what I did is I added the post market volume. I'm surprised it's not in here. A minimum, and also, well, basically a minimum. And it's amazing, and maybe up, I don't know, 3 or 4% after hours. It's amazing how many moves you can see. I shouldn't say it, not how many, but some of the moves are really, really good. Not lasting a long time, maybe only 5 to 10 minutes. But something is going from $5 to $8 and then back down. So I'm actually surprised that this. So you look at the change in the post market. And then the post market volume. Watching Kodak, okay? Why? Sorry, but why? Yeah, I mean, listen, it may happen. That's a Land Rand reference with your name there, I guess. Was that Atlas Shrugged? Well, listen, it may happen, but it just doesn't seem to be that dynamic. No. That was all to do with Wall Street bets. I haven't even looked at it today. Yeah, look, I mean, it's sort of stuck in this range here. I mean, to me, it's just not that exciting. I won't even look at the other one. Yeah, well, listen, is 41,000? Isn't 41,000 some kind of a resistance area for Bitcoin? 41 and change. That's what I thought. Well, that's a 25% move. I mean, it was found what around 30,000 before, so yeah, so that's a good move. I don't. I've never actually traded crypto. I've traded the stocks. You guys have been talking about NCTY for a while, for several hours now. NCTY. Of course, another crypto play. Well, it'll be interesting to see if there's any follow through at all in crypto tomorrow. See if that 41,000, that little resistance area for Bitcoin, see if that holds it. Well, that's the all-time high, isn't it, David? 60,000, or I think. But at least if it can get through 41, then people might look at that. Okay, from 41 to 60 is a nice little range. So, but again, I'll be interested. Certainly, I'll be interested in things like Mara and Riot and all if Bitcoin starts to surge a bit. All right, WKEY. Boy, it's an ugly. Like if you're in this one, oh, you're in it, okay. But that's an ugly 5 minute chart. Ugly, sorry, 15-minute chart and 5 minute chart. I wish you well, but that is certainly ugly. I mean, the trend's good, but boy, oh boy. Well, she did great on. We're talking about re-entries now. Re-entries. This is a big discussion. I mean, I jokingly said Holly should be the re-entries. Like nothing else. You may not get as many alerts. I mean, we had 4 of them today, but you may not get as many alerts. But I think the re-entries are the way to go. Let the froth happen, and then get a re-entry, and then really start to look at it. Man, it's strong. I mean BT. Well, listen, as long as somebody doesn't come out and say something dumb about, well, dumb, but I mean some super negative about Bitcoin overnight. Another one that's moving I see is Mogo, MOGO. I just can't remember anymore if these are Bitcoin plays or. I mean, I can read what it says they do, but I can't remember if all of a sudden. Oh yeah, there we go. Mogo Crypto. There we go. And fairly well, 58 million in the float. So we do have a crypto channel, NFT and crypto channel. You can see the up here. There's the BTBT, NXT, NCTY. There's TCAT, Riot, Mara, all the usual suspects. I don't see SOS. We may not, for whatever reason, include it as a part of as a crypto play. But it should be. Let me see if I can add that. All right, I just added it. Let's see how long it takes for it to show up. There it is. Okay, so now it's added. Remember, topless get updated every 30 seconds. That's why it was not instant. But so now I've added it to the symbol list, so it'll start tracking that one also. I'm glad you had that great day, RD. All right, guys, I think that's it. I don't see any questions. So, well, as predicted somewhat, the afternoons are a lot more fun. So I'm going to shut the room down now, just get my script ready. Okay, so I'll be shutting the room down right now. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.